Good evening and welcome to our Committee of the Whole meeting. On December 8, 2025, we acknowledge that the sacred land on which Smith Falls is now located has been the site of human activity for over 10,000 years and is rich in Indigenous history. This land is the ancestral and unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation. We're grateful to the Algonquin ancestors who cared for the land and water in order that we might meet here today. We're also grateful to the Algonquin people for their contribution in the making of the Rideau Canal, which runs through Smith Falls. We are mindful of broken covenants and the need to reconcile with all our relations. Together, may we care for this land and each other, drawing on the strength of our mutual history of nation building through peace and friendship, being mindful of generations to come. So with that, we'll call the meeting to order. We'll take a motion to approve the agenda. Moved by Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Robinson, that the December 8th, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting agenda be approved to circulate.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. Could we just add an item, the lighting of the bridge for the holiday season?
Sure. 9.6.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't catch it earlier.
Sorry. And there's consensus for that? Thumbs up. Okay, so we will take a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Moved by Councillor Robinson, seconded by Councillor Miller. That the December 8th Committee, the whole agenda be approved as amended. All in favor? That passes. So with that, we'll take any disclosure of pecuniary or conflict of interest. Councillor Robinson.
In the event that discussion comes up later on regarding the police budget, I'll be declaring a conflict of interest because my daughter-in-law is the chief.
Okay, great. Thank you. Seeing no further conflicts, we'll look for an approval of minutes. Moved by Councillor Miller, seconded by Councillor Quinn. That the minutes of the November 24th, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting be approved to circulated. All in favor? That is carried. So now we'll go to a delegation with Mr. Peter Paz, Director of Public and Government Relations, and David Cook, Vice President of Systems and Interfaces with the Alto High-Speed Energy Project. Or High-Speed Rail Project, sorry.
Good evening, Your Worship, Chair, members of Council. Thanks very much for taking the time to give us the opportunity to do a deputation and provide an update on the Alto High-Speed Rail Project. If you go to the next slide. We wanted to first start with our problem statement, and none of these should be too much of a surprise for us. We are seeing escalating transportation costs and how we move, whether it's with our cars, with gas, insurance, wear and tear, increase in airfare tickets. It's just getting more and more expensive to move around. And then when we think about network capacity, we've all been on the 401, the 417. It is a challenge just to move around. And it's just getting harder with costs and the ability to get to where we want to go. The challenges are created. And it creates disconnected communities. So we're getting further and further apart because of the longer time commute times to get to locations. Next slide, please. Back in February 2025, then Prime Minister Trudeau officially announced that the Alto project would go from high frequency rail to high speed rail, which means that we would be going at speeds of 300 plus kilometers an hour in key parts of a corridor. Which would create a fast mode of transportation for Ontario and Quebec, that it would be reliable, it would be on dedicated electrified track, and that it would be frequent. So 20 to 30 trains per hour is our current per day is our current working assumption. Next slide, please. The government, as part of the procurement with our consortium, mandated one key requirement, and that is 7 station areas. And when we go from west to east, it's Toronto, Peterborough, Ottawa, Laval, Montreal, Trois-Rivières, and Quebec City. We do not have an alignment. We will be consulting, and I'll talk more about our engagement program in a couple slides, but we will be consulting on a wide corridor, about 10 kilometers, give or take, depending on where you're going through. And the feedback that we get from communities, stakeholders, and so on will inform the technical analysis that we are doing and help narrow that corridor into a preferred corridor, which will help us determine the final alignment. Next slide, please. Speed times or travel times, that is one of the biggest drivers for us. So when you're thinking about an express train from Toronto to Ottawa, we're talking about 2 hours or less in travel time, about an hour to Montreal. So it's quite fast. Toronto to Montreal in under 3 hours. So when you're getting into the high speed realm, you're able to move quite quickly. Next slide, please. There are significant economic impacts with the delivery of a project of this magnitude. During the construction phase of this work, we'll see an increase in our GDP of 1.1%, annual economic uplifts to about 24 to 35 billion annually. And you can see it's broken down into productivity, it's broken down into workforce participation and tourism. Next slide, please. And as we begin to focus more within our national infrastructure projects, there's something important about a project of this magnitude where it's built in Canada with Canadian labor, with Canadian goods, which is critically important. This project is estimated to generate about 50,000 plus jobs during the construction period. Next slide, please. We have 7 project outcomes, 3 that I'll just spend a moment on. The first is safe intercity travel. When we're talking about high-speed rail, we can't have level crossings because it isn't safe to do so. And the corridor needs to be fenced because there can't be any type of collision whatsoever because we're talking about catastrophic outcomes. So safety is going to be critical for us as we're developing the project. The second is respect for taxpayer dollars. Every dollar we spend is a dollar from hardworking Canadians, and we want to make sure we're spending it appropriately. And then the third point that I just wanted to spend a moment on is many projects are required for duty to consult. For us, that's a bare minimum. We see our project as contributing to reconciliation with Indigenous communities. There are 44 within Ontario and Quebec, and we started engaging with them over 18 months ago, and we'll continue to engage and work with the many different communities across the 2 provinces from beginning to end of the life cycle of the project. Next slide, please. Part of the Prime Minister's announcement back in February was also announcing the consortium, or a private delivery partner, that will, in our joint venture, support the delivery of the project. The name of the consortium is Cadence. They're a mix of national and international firms with specific expertise in high-speed rail, heavy rail, and high-order transit from Canada, from France, etc. Next slide, please. We are currently at the very beginning of our project, which is why we don't have an alignment. We officially brought Cadence on board in March, so a month after the Prime Minister's announcement. We've been working diligently on engaging with communities, on beginning the design process and developing our infrastructure with Cadence. Initially, we were looking at doing the co-development phase within 6 to 7 years, but because of the importance of this project, we're hoping to cut it down to 4 to 5 years so that we can be shovel ready as soon as possible and start seeing those economic benefits that I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. So as part of the development phase, which is not a feasibility phase, the federal government has allocated $3.9 billion during this period for us to do the design work, get the approvals, the environmental assessment or impact assessment at the federal level, acquisition of lands, all of that, so that within the 4 to 5 year period, we are shovel ready and are able to begin construction on the first of 3 or 4 segments that are determined. Next slide, please. And I want to spend a moment on community benefits. So I mentioned earlier, the project is looking to generate about 50,000 jobs during the construction period. What community benefits focuses on is how do we make sure that equity deserving groups, economically disadvantaged individuals, and the local workforce have an opportunity to participate in the delivery of the project from a workforce perspective, an apprenticeship perspective, as well as from a procurement perspective. How do small and medium-sized businesses, social enterprises, minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses all have a good opportunity to participate? And then the third pillar around community benefits is around neighborhood enhancements. And that's the idea where, as we are going through and working with communities across the entire corridor, we know there will be impacts. We know that there will be disruptions. How do we leave a positive legacy with the delivery of the project? The example I like to use, because it's easy for me to visualize it, is if we ever need a public space for heavy machinery staging, construction staging, we're required to put the public space back to the condition that it was in. But what if we're able to, through community benefits and through consultation with communities and the municipalities, to make it better than it was? Whether it's adding a bigger park, more park benches, better amenities, things like that, to just improve and leave a positive legacy for the project. Next slide, please. So public engagement. Starting in early January, we will be going across the corridor and engaging with communities from Toronto all the way to Quebec City and everywhere in between. We're going to be doing dozens of stakeholder roundtables, several open houses. We'll be doing online consultation, virtual consultation. All of that feedback from stakeholders and members of the public will be reviewed and sent to our technical teams, and it will help inform our multi-criteria analysis that we're doing to get to a more narrowed preferred corridor. And then we will post publicly our consultation report by the end of May. Talks about how we did it, what we did, and what we heard. And then the hope is to be back out in 2027 with a more defined preferred corridor. We want to be out a lot. We want people to say that they're sick of us in a good way, but we do want to engage. And that goes to my last and final slide around the importance of our engagement principles. Of course, you're going to hear me say it's about respect and transparency. The words are important, but the actions are more important. And we hope that we're able to develop a meaningful relationship with council and members of the community as we engage over the coming years. We want to be open. We're happy to be here anytime you'd like us to be here. Anytime you want an update or a briefing, we're happy to make the trip, because it's important to talk to all the municipalities across Eastern Ontario, because the success of the project to connect the two provinces goes through Eastern Ontario, which is really important. And again, I can't thank you all enough for giving us the opportunity to present to council. My colleague, David Cook, is our technical guru. So any of the technical questions that I can't answer, I will turn to. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for joining us tonight, Peter and David. Questions, Mayor Penko?
Sure. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. And as you're aware, probably we've had communications and delegations on the subject probably for about 8 years, I believe. Yeah. And of course, it's extremely encouraging to know at this stage, I would say we're moving ahead. And when I think of a nation building project, I can't think of anything that's probably more meaningful than this. So very excited to see the progress and the timelines. And we understand it's still a long way before we're hopping on a train and going either direction. But regardless, it's encouraging to see this. I wanted I've got two colleagues from the area, Harry Hugenboom, Mayor of Rideau Lakes, and Michael Cameron, Mayor of Wolford, wanted to be here tonight as well, recognizing how important this is for the entire region. And so we look forward to further dialogue. I'm a little encouraged with your comment. There's about a 10-kilometer window of where the corridor this will be working through. And as you're aware, we've had conversations many times in the past about the possibility of, at one point, a probability of a stop here. Of course, that still is extremely meaningful for us, and we'll be doing really all we can to put ourselves on the map and try to help articulate the reasons why we see merit in that. I'm sure you're doing that work, or your team will be doing that work anyway. But no, we just recognize the merits of having a stop in Eastern Ontario that is not simply in Ottawa. I had a conversation last week with Mayor Leal in Peterborough. He mentioned they've had a lot of communication, and obviously they're on the route right now, and they're advanced, of course, from where we are with discussions. But great project, great opportunity for, I guess, especially for the communities within this area anticipating what may happen down the road. So no level crossings, high speed. What does it take, I guess, essentially to create more stops along a high speed route, recognizing that there is maybe a few minutes. I don't imagine a lot of time between the train stopping, people getting on and off. But what is the criteria and the methodology that Alto will follow in determining additional stops along the route?
So I'll kick it off and then turn it to David to go into a little bit more detail. Our focus openly is the 7 station areas right now, because those are required to be connected. If we were to ever look at additional stops along the corridor, there needs to be a technical rationale for it. Like we physically need to turn trains around, or we need to make something work from a technical perspective. It also needs to have a ridership and significant ridership and revenue benefits for us to add a stop. But the main driver is around the technical requirements, that it's needed for the project, because as you mentioned, Your Worship, every time you stop it with a high-speed project, it adds more to your journey time. And this project is very much motivated by journey times to ensure the benefits of the project. So the more stops you add, the slower you are, and with respect to high speed. David, is there anything you want to add?
Just to specify on the journey time Peter mentioned, it's about, we're looking at sub 3-hour journeys between Toronto and Montreal. So the challenge there, of course, becomes that if you start adding stops, then you go above that time. And the studies have clearly shown that if you're over 3 hours, you start being less competitive with respect to users with airlines. And one of the big benefits of the project is trying to get that modal shift and get that capacity off the airlines and onto the train. So that's one of the balancing things we're going to have to do when we developed the project and possible future stations.
So I obviously respect that. But I guess the thing from our perspective, I guess, would be just that reality that it becomes then intercity travel and really not beyond that. And I'm thinking of from Kingston to Brockville to like all the routes up the valley, Pembroke, all the areas which would miss out on the benefit of this if there was no access point other than Ottawa, I guess, right, would be the closest access point for anybody.
Yeah, so intercity travel is going to be critical, Your Worship, and communities within an hour of travel time to either Peterborough or Ottawa, we have to work with the local municipalities to improve connectivity, especially if there are no additional stations. How do we make it a viable option versus, well, I'm not going to drive to Ottawa, I can just keep driving on my own, or if I'm going to drive to Ottawa, I may as well go on a plane and fly over. It's important that the high speed train is a competitive option for residents in Eastern Ontario. We know there are going to be communities that are dab in the middle, and they're 2 hours one way, 2 hours the other way, and there won't be a direct benefit from a project perspective, which is why the community benefits program that I spoke about is critically important, because there needs to be economic benefit for Eastern Ontario and an opportunity to provide professional, skilled, unskilled labor to help deliver the project.
Well, I guess the current VIA line between Brockville, Smith Falls, and Ottawa becomes that a potential linkage.
Absolutely.
Critical
Absolutely.
linkage. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, thanks. It's really exciting, and I've never dreamed that I'd be sitting here talking about this. And I guess a couple of things. One is when we're talking about the intercity travel and looking at your map, you got sort of 2 stops in Montreal Laval, which kind of technically would be the same place. So it would be important to us if there's no stop at Smith Falls to ensure that, and if we want to make it easy for people to get to Ottawa, we need a dependable linkage by rail from here to there. So hopefully the implications for the Via Rail station here would be on a positive note. So I know you can't answer that question, but that would be a comment I'd make.
I can provide a little bit. So you kind of touched on something that's really important, is that there has to be an integrated service plan.
Yes.
Between the local services and the future high-speed services, meaning that if you don't have access to the high-speed directly, but you do have access to local services, there has to be a meaningful connection. If you're looking to make an early meeting, you can make You can get on the local train, connect, and make your early meeting, and same thing, then come back home in the evening. So those are all things we're looking at with the service offering, the future service offering.
Thanks. And through,
Coordination will be key.
through the chair, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, you can catch a train in Smith Falls at something like 5:30, and you can be at a meeting in Toronto at 9:30, 10. Is that the case now? Yeah.
Before
I
that.
believe so, yeah.
I'll
So
be
that's
I'll be
important.
taking the train home tonight after council. It's about 3.5 hours.
Yeah, and you're right,
It's manageable.
right to downtown, yeah.
Councillor McKenna.
First, my apologies, Mr. Chair, for my tardiness, and to our guests. Thank you for coming. Just thinking about that winter till May community consultation process. I think May 2026, you said it'd wrap up, or
It'll be third week of January to the end of March.
to the end of March. What advice do you have for a community like ours to participate beyond this in that community engagement process? So will you be reaching out to us, or you're waiting for community?
No, we will send out all the information about the locations of the roundtables and open houses to council. We would love if you can promote them. We obviously can't be in every community because there's too many. We've done about almost 40 deputations over the last 6 weeks, which has been an incredible experience for us. But to do actual open houses, there's just too many communities. So we tried to pick central locations. So promoting it, certainly the online consultation, if residents aren't able to make an open house or can't attend a virtual session, that will be a great opportunity as well. But we hope that we get thousands of comments. That's what we want. It's important to hear from all Ontarians and Quebecers that are interested in the project. So we will be promoting it heavily, and any help in promotion would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Could have one more. So at a national level, if it takes, because we've been at this 15 years, probably,
Longer, but
are you aware of any other projects across the country that are, shouldn't we be starting them if we know that they're 20? This can't be the only corridor that we're putting all our eggs in this basket. I'm hoping that when I think about, it's going to be electrification.
Yep.
And so council just approved our climate action plan, and like that's a huge win for the country. But are you familiar with any other national projects?
National rail projects, we're not directly familiar. We know in Alberta they're starting to explore high-speed rail from Calgary to Edmonton, for example, which is an economic corridor for the province. We know that the Prime Minister identified 10 projects of national importance. Just recently, we're right at the bottom at number 11 as we continue to develop the project. But as I hope you saw through the presentation, we are a project of national significance. Like the impact that we're going to leave on the economy is critical, which is why over the next 4 to 5 years, we have to do the design, the development, the engagement right, because we have to be shovel ready. We got to be able to deliver on the construction piece without delays. So it's critically important to us.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this. It's every time I travel, I love to use high-speed rail. If I'm in a place that I can do it, it's so much more comfortable, convenient. I'm wondering technically why, when places are building trains that are up to 500 kilometers an hour, why are we building 300 kilometers an hour for this project?
Yeah, I'll turn to David on that.
Sure. So there's a couple parts to that answer. The first part is high-speed rail itself, up to 350 kilometers an hour, is an extremely well-known and well-proven technology, right? So that makes it much easier to deliver. If we stay in the high-speed rail option, China is looking at going at 400, 450. So the energy required to get to those speeds and the wear and tear on the infrastructure increases, right, exponentially as you go faster. It's not really meaningful for us to do that. We wouldn't have the sort of the millions and millions of riders that China would look like, and the benefits in terms of journey time and then therefore economic benefits, just they don't add up. Going faster than that, going to like sort of like maglev kind of technologies, maglev had to be really considered more like an experimental technology. It does work in some places in very limited fashions. It's extremely expensive to run, and it's something that that Japan, China, and Taiwan and Germany's involved a little bit, are working towards, but it's really like cutting edge experimental stuff. We're trying to implement something that can be implemented here in Canada. So something that's proven, that's, known, and we'll then import that here and create that expertise here in Canada. So.
Great, thank you. And I'm also wondering, on Councillor Brennan's comments, how will the VIA network be integrated into the Alto network, or is it going to be reimagined as regional rail with higher frequencies, or does it
It's still too early to tell about how it will be reimagined. We know it's critically important. It's critically important to Eastern Ontario. It connects the entire region together, and VIA plays an important role in the future of both projects. And it will be close collaboration between VIA and Alto as we get ready to go into operation. But ideally, it supports one another.
Yeah.
So it's one network. It's not two silos that are good.
No, and we will be pending the minister's direction much further down the road. We will be responsible for operating that corridor in the future.
Great, thank you. Any further questions, comments? Seeing none, I just really like to thank you for coming to Smith Falls tonight, and safe travels back home on the VIA. Hopefully there's no delays.
Fingers crossed. And thank you so much for the opportunity. Really,
Yes, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
All right, so from the cutting edge to the museum, I'd invite Becky Allen up, Executive Director of the Railway Museum of Eastern Ontario.
You can distance if you want to. That's good timing. It's a railway theme today.
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you so much for having us here today. We just, I wanted to just go ahead and jump in. If you don't mind, Carrie, you can flip that over. So I'm Becky Allen, for anyone who doesn't know, and I'm the Executive Director of the Railway Museum of Eastern Ontario. We do have our President, Tony Humphrey, here as well today. I wanted to just talk really quickly about the investment that we received from the town of Smith Falls this year, and we're extremely grateful for. So this year we received $50,000 for capital funding towards the museum, which made a huge difference for us. You'll see in the photo here that we may be showcasing a little bit of something there, which might be our roof, which I'm going to talk about here shortly. So if you want to jump over there, Carrie, thank you so much. Okay, so I wanted to talk first of all about our roof before I move on to our capital projects that we worked on this year. So we have applied for a Trillium grant 3 times. We weren't successful again this year, disappointing for us. But we had started the project of, in the process of applying for the grant 3 times, we are very knowledgeable about the roof's needs. So a quick update on that is that the project is quite extensive. The roof itself, the boards have been re-roofed so many times that there's several areas in which the boards are just very weak and have had nail holes repeatedly, and we're having a hard time holding those shingles on. So we know that we do need to do the roof and repair the whole thing. So it's a complete kind of roof replacement, but it will involve putting the wood over top of what is already on there. So we don't have to remove anything except for the shingles, and then we will need to put plywood over top of the whole roof surface, which is a lot bigger than it necessarily looks in the front of the photo there. It's quite a large roof. And so altogether, with some adjustments that we've made to see how we can save some funds, the project itself is $122,000 is what it's coming in at. So this is a big project for us and for our little museum to be able to afford. So so that's kind of the update on the roof, which I will then come back to. So what I also wanted to say is when we did get the news that we didn't get the grant, we had already started projects like our capital projects that we had planned with the funding from the town of Smith Falls. So at that time, we froze all of the projects and we completed what we had done. And so I'm going to talk about what we've spent, which was $13,000 of the $50,000. And then, so yeah, I'm going to just show you a little bit about that. So if you don't mind changing that over to the next one. Perfect. Okay. So one of the biggest and most impactful things we did was we built 10 sets of staircases to all of our exhibits. So, and also a bridge across the track over to a staircase. What was great about this is, although they're not truly accessible, these cars are not, they're difficult to make actually accessible and completely inclusive. But what this does allow is all of our school groups and our seniors groups a very safe entry into all of these exhibits. Previously, it had been, you know, you can see the caboose there. You can actually see the stairs. You know, they're just, it's 2 steps up. So this is getting us compliant with code. So we built 10 staircases. So we can actually change the slides as well. And we'll show you a few more. So you can actually see 3 here. So this goes into a second caboose. So that actually goes into 3 of our cabooses, as well as our 5802 car, which is our model train. We have a ramp, a fully accessible ramp going into our steam car, our box car, our dental car, and our snow plow, and all 3 cabooses. And this really helped us on so many levels. We really attracted a lot of school groups this year and seniors groups, and this just made so many more people able to feel safe going in and out, as well as our Airbnbs, which are extremely popular and really important to us, and you know, making an impact on our community. It just made a much more elevated and safe experience, as well as it did allow us to close our building permit that we had open for quite some time. So that was really great for us to be able to, especially all of us, you know, new additions to the museum, to be able to kind of close that off, which is really great. Okay. So we also were able to restore several artifacts. I'm just showing this baggage cart that we were able to put a whole new platform on, and that sits actually at the front of our entrance. It's really beautiful. That was a new addition that we actually brought in this year. We were able to strip it, repaint it, and then rebuild the platform. We also, I didn't include photos, but we were able to repaint. We paint a ton at the museum. So we were able to repaint a lot of cars, and that's actually like a huge amount of paint. So we did do 3 of our cabooses needed to be repainted this year, as well as our box car and our big our big engine, so our 6591, which is kind of the big diesel. So we've had several painting projects that we were able to do as well. And we also we offered ice cream at the museum today. This year, I'm sure everybody saw that. So we built platforms up to all of our vendor sheds. And this again allowed, not only does it look great and look inviting, but again, it does offer safety and security, and especially in our events where sometimes you end up with dirt and like kind of mud puddles in front of this place. So these are our 2 vendor sheds at the side, as well as our ice cream that got a new decking improvements there. So we have over like the total length, and it doesn't actually even cover the space I'm showing in this picture, is we have over 300 feet of, did I get that right? Yeah. Okay, of a platform. So, and this is, we use hemlock. So this is actually a local milled hemlock. And so we were able to pull out rotten boards and repair, again, making it safe for not like for everyone. It's a big project taking care of this platform. So a lot of that went towards that as well. So, and again, this was something that was really amazing to accomplish. This is our carriage port. So you'll see the disintegrating pillars on the left. So we were able to repair the masonry at the bottom of those pillars, and we actually took that space and we were able to put in interlock brick. So that is now a really popular picnicking place for us and for our guests. So we just had North Pole, and you know, every single time we looked out there, there was families sitting there, and especially 2 weeks ago when it was warmer. But it's been a really great addition to the museum, just making everything more professional looking and inviting, and helping us to accommodate our increased numbers that we're starting to see. I think I just have another photo of just showing, some of that use there. So I can keep going, perfect. So this is a typo. I said 1,400 volunteer hours. In fact, it is 1,400 volunteer days. So I wanted to just make a point that, one of the best things that we have, or opportunities that we have at the museum, is that we have this incredible skilled volunteer group of individuals that come and provide all types of things, from interpretation, and retired teachers and retired railroaders, as well as skilled tradesmen who come and volunteer their time. So that's 1,400 hours. It works out to be about between 8,000 and 9,000 hours. So again, for us, and I know I've said it before, but when you invest in us, we really can stretch those funds because we have this amazing team that accomplishes all of this. So all of those staircases were built with $0 for man hours. Those were all done by volunteers and executed by our volunteers, which is great. Yeah. So we're really pleased. This is, probably the most exciting part of this presentation. Again, a lot of our events are the same. We are seeing lots of growth in our events. Where we saw huge growth, which I'm going to talk a little bit more about, but I'll jump down to the bottom there, is we had a grant from the federal government to redo one of our coaches, our combination car, that we were able to convert into our STEAM Children's Education exhibit. So I know most of you have seen this, but this has been really great for us this year. It's helped us attract a lot more school groups, so we probably tripled our school groups. So we had more than 700 students through, mostly in the spring. But that's, and really most of those are very local. So what's been great is that a lot of those times they have to travel into Ottawa and go to a museum, and a lot of their time is spent on the bus. But for kindergarteners and grade 1s and 2s, this is really awesome. They get to just come across town, and a lot of them, for some of them, it's their first time at the museum. So it's been a great opportunity for us. We've had, of course, our afternoon teas are incredibly popular, and they just continue to be so. We've had huge growth in our overnight in a caboose. So we've had more than 600 guests this year, which really surprised us. And we are just tipping the scales right at expecting 19,000 through the museum this year, which is a huge increase from, I think, especially 2 years ago, I think we were in the 14s. So this has been a really huge growth for us. And a lot of that we're seeing in the just day-to-day visitors, which is awesome. Before, it was a lot of events that we kind of depended on. So we're just seeing that growth in the day-to-day visitors as well. I've mentioned the steam car, and then finally we have ice cream that we've made a real effort to stop traffic with. So yeah. So again, I've already spoken a little bit about the steam car, but here's our before, and you can see all the work that, when you went in there. I do remember, and that a lot of people looking around were like, I don't know if we see the vision you guys see. So anyways, we can flip over there as well. Perfect. And then this is it now. So it's just been, really, really popular and really well enjoyed. It's an educational experience for kids. It's hands-on. It is, we do focus on STEM. All aspects do tie into that science, technology, engineering, art, and math, and all of the components, as well as all ties into railway. Yeah. And again, just overnight in the caboose, just lots, again, just really successful. We're always amazed where people come from, and you can see I've kind of listed them on there, but we had to look them up. But UK, Australia, Korea, Germany, Austria, Belgium, France, Brazil, Mexico, China, and then we have a lots of locals, lots of Ottawa and Toronto, and then and some locals as well, which is great. So another great victory for us this year is that we did develop 3 different plans. So we did have a Trillium grant last year to, and I know we've got some of our partners in accessibility here, which is fantastic. And so we did get to complete that plan, as well as an accessibility audit that came out of it. It really identified opportunities for us to improve our STEAM Train exhibit sustainability plan, and also our collections plan as well. So, and then again, something we really value is being an important employer in Smith Falls, and we couldn't do anything that we do without an amazing team. And we truly do have an amazing team of staff, right down to our summer students and our students that work with us. And so much of it is the fantastic team we have. So my final point that I would just make is that what we are asking is that we can withhold and hold on to the remainder of the funds that we did not spend of the $50,000. And we would like to carry those forward, as well as we are asking for, again, $50,000 investment for 2026. And all of those funds together will go directly towards our $122,000 bill for the roof that we do want to launch. We do want to move forward with in the spring right away, so that it's complete by the time we really open our doors in the summer. And we have also been working very hard this year to have enough funds to be able to cover the difference. And also we have a little bit of planning to do that as well. But we did get our charitable status, and we are working hard at fundraising to kind of fill that little gap in between.
Councillor Robinson.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for your presentation, Beck. What I was wondering is, could you tell us about, I had heard at a meeting that you were investigating the possibility of a steel roof. Is that still in the cards?
So yes, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to, so yes, we did have a similar product for anybody who's familiar with post office. So we did have a roofer come in and give us a quote for a steel roof. And of course we are, we're very interested in anything that's, high quality, eco-friendly, something that's going to last forever. Right now, the biggest challenge is that, and to our, it did come in very high for us, which is it came around 400,000. So just under 400,000. So for us, that would be a great challenge to afford, but it is definitely something that, of course there's interest around the board for us to have that, but it's a tough one.
I just wanted you to explain it to everybody.
Yes.
So they were aware.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor McKenna.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Great presentation and great numbers, and of course, wonderful volunteers that make it all happen. I don't know if the question's for you or our own staff, but the carryover of the money, is that currently built into the agreement we have now? Or is that the reason you're asking is it's not built in and you'd have to return it, or if we don't?
I think it is. It is built. It's on the last line of the MOU, which is that we
any unspent funds.
We can carry it forward. I thought it would be really important to outline, the purpose of carrying it forward, and that, we would show that all funds were spent on that end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Thank you, Becky, and thanks for all the good work you're doing. I've been at the Railway Museum twice in the last week, and it looks great. And I just thought I would take the opportunity when we're being taped to mention to people that your capital campaign has kicked off, and people can make a direct donation, and now they can get a tax receipt because of your return charitable status. So I'm hopeful that we agree to your carryover and the 2026 money, but for your own share of that capital campaign is important. So I'm hoping that people will dig deep this Christmas and help you out.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Councillor Quinn.
Thank you, Becky. This was an excellent presentation, and it's always fun to hear what's going on at the Railway Museum. I have been involved there, and very little activity from me, believe me, but I have been around there for quite a number of years, and I have been there to see what was there and what is there now. And it took a lot of work to do that. And you do have a fantastic group of volunteers there working. It's just amazing how it's growing and how people are becoming aware of the museum and what it's offering. Just like talking about the steam car. It's amazing, and the children love it. Children just love it. And I have to tell you, I have a great-great-granddaughter, and she's just a little tiny character, and there she is in there enjoying this. So it's not just for the bigger children, it's for all children, and things were built so the little ones could still interact and could still play and could still be part of this and enjoy what they were seeing. And I mean, I was there with her, and she just absolutely loved it, just loved it. So it was a lot of thought went into this so that everybody could enjoy it. And that's what's really important. The other one that I want to talk about is fundraising for the roof. And yeah, you know that I have had a couple of crazy ideas. And we will be looking at those come the spring. And there are people out there in our community, right here in Smith Falls, that are just waiting for the spring to come so they can be there, so they can fundraise for us. I'm not going to give away our trade secrets right now, though. We're going to make people have to listen and wait and see, but it's going to be a big fundraiser. So you're working very, very hard to fix this roof. And fixing that roof saves the building. Because if you have a roof that's no good, it doesn't take long till the building deteriorates, and now you have a building that's no good. And you know what? Talking about having a steel roof on there, you never know. Maybe there's somebody out there in the audience tonight that will say, hey, we can step in. We can give them a price, maybe a little bit more than what we have budgeted here now, but we can help them out. And so you never know what's going to come along with this. But the more people that know, the better the opportunities are. And I thank you for coming and giving this presentation. It's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Penko.
Just echo the thanks, Becky. Number of years ago, I think the previous count might be 2 councils ago, made the commitment to support the Railway Museum, recognized, and it was a treasured asset. And I think it was $50,000 a year for 5 years. And the pandemic might have messed up some of your revenue sources and the attendance and stuff over time. What we've seen in the last few years is incredible. I think there's been a lot of innovation. Obviously, a huge commitment of volunteer hours, some great leadership, the board and staff, and I think it really followed through with everything you've promised to do. You've talked about sustainability, you've talked about expanding programming and services, and the evidence is very strong. I recognize, like all of us, that the roof is beyond end of life. Hopefully you get through the winter okay without having to get up there and put some tarps down or do something. But I think we recognize the value in the asset. I have no issue with the carry forward of the money from 2025, and we'll discuss 2026. But I think we value this the Railway Museum and recognize that it's probably difficult to achieve the protection of the asset that's needed to ensure that sustainability unless you get that roof done. I too would love to see a one-time permanent solution, and you never need to worry about it again. Recognizing the cost is significant, but as the comments have been made, you've got to make a decision probably late winter how you're going to proceed, and maybe there's a miraculous amount of fundraising that comes in to help support that. But regardless, I think we recognize the value in having this done and preserving this asset for generations to come. So thank you, and job well done.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Becky and Tony. Appreciated my tour in the spring, and I hope we get a new roof by this time next year. So with that, we've got 2 directors' reports. So we'll look to CEO Morris.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have first up is our Manager of Development Services, Carl Brink.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. I'm just bringing forward a couple of legislative updates that coming down from the province. So firstly, just a little tweak now on zoning setbacks. So you'll recall earlier this spring we presented Bill 17, and Bill 17 proposed to do a number of things, one of which was to create a create as of right zoning exceptions, and suggesting that if a zoning bylaw required a certain setback, then the province could introduce a regulation that would allow automatic flexibility for development within a certain setback. So on November 21st, OREG 257/25 came into force in effect, and that prescribed a 10% setback variation, meaning any setbacks in our zoning bylaw can be varied automatically by 10%, which removes the need for minor variance applications for that. So if our zoning bylaw requires an 8 meter rear yard setback, then somebody could build 7.2 meters as of right. There's a couple of exceptions to that. That's one thing that is a change that would impact how we look at development. The reason these changes were proposed and came in is to create a little bit more flexibility for minor things. Bill 68, that's a Plan to Protect Ontario Act, has received royal assent now in late November. That relates to a number of administrative changes. The most significant one on our end is a proposal to consolidate 36 conservation authority areas into 7. So the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority would be consolidated into a new St. Lawrence Regional Conservation Authority that includes all of the CAs whose watersheds flow into the St. Lawrence River, either directly or indirectly through the Ottawa River. So that would be RVCA, Cataraqui, Mississippi Valley, and a handful of others. So the intent behind that was to reduce some of the patchwork regulations that are around patchwork regulations, technology, staffing, and processes that and capacity that each of the CAs have, and those would be overseen by a new provincial conservation agency. So that would. Of course, there's concerns about that regarding the loss or dilution of local decision-making authority, as well as altering that fundamental watershed-based approach that we rely on. So I understand there's correspondence related from our neighboring municipalities that will be considered this evening, and a number of other municipalities have passed resolutions along those lines, so I won't get into too much detail. Another one is Bill 60, and that's titled Fighting Delays, Building Faster Act. So I just mentioned the as of right setback reductions. The bill also proposes to extend some new regulations on broader zoning areas where as of right permissions can be granted. So that can include potentially height, lot coverage, and a variety of other things. So that proposes to give the province regulation making authority. We won't know what that looks like until that happens. But either way, they're looking to broaden the scope of as of right permissions. They're also looking to undertake some consultations on standard minimum lot sizes and standardizing official plans, which could include looking at the structure and contents, length, development standards, and permitted uses that are included within OPs, and the deferral of development charges for non-rental residential developments. That was contemplated originally or presented in Bill 17. That is now in effect. So market for-profit sale residential development that's not rental now development charges are deferred from the building permit stage to occupancy. So that's a change that's very new. So this is just a quick update on a couple of the legislative pieces that we're working through, and we'll keep council advised as those relate specifically to us.
Thank you, Carol. Councillor McKenna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you just go back to the minimum lot size? Is that, I'm assuming, making them smaller, or is it more complicated than that?
That's through you, Mr. Chair. That's exactly what's being looked at. So nothing has been finalized, but the consultation document has identified that lot size requirements In our zoning bylaw, we usually look for about 5,000 square feet for a single family lot, smaller for townhouse sized lots, but they found that in communities that allow smaller lot sizes, that typically more development can occur. There's a little bit more variability in form and massing of housing, and that's the idea would be that if we were to allow development on smaller lots, there'd obviously be more intensification, more development, potentially more affordable development. But they're consulting on what is an appropriate number. So we have nothing coming down the pipeline yet that is going to direct us to change our zoning, but that may come later.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, comments, no shortage of new ideas coming out of Toronto, so thank you for the updates, Carl.
Thank you.
Our second one.
Yes, we have Director McMunn now.
Good evening, Your Worship, Mr. Chair, and members of council. My director's report this evening is with respect to our new water tower, which is in the final stages. Utility staff, and folks from Landmark Structures Inc. are currently in the process of filling the new water tower. The existing water tower over on Confederation Drive has been taken offline while this process takes place. We did put out a public notice today advising residents in Smiths Falls, and for those listening at home that haven't seen that yet on Facebook, you could very well see discolored water as you would see when we do hydrant flushing and we flush the mains throughout town. So you could see discolored water as well as fluctuations in pressure while we fill the new tower. So that's just something that happens. It's normal. If you happen to get dirty water, let things settle out, run your taps till it runs clear, not indifferent to when we flush hydrants. We did run into a little bit of a technical hiccup this evening. We started around 5 or just shortly before with filling the tower. That's being worked through, and my understanding is they will commence with filling the tower tomorrow at late morning or in and around noon. Everything goes well with commissioning of the tower, with taking BACT samples, getting them tested to make sure that we can bring the tower online for potable water distribution throughout town. We anticipate bringing the tower fully online Wednesday or sometime Wednesday afternoon or early Thursday. So for the folks at home as well, we do have a ceremonial ribbon cutting ceremony on the books for this coming Wednesday at 11 p.m. So the Mayor, Your Worship, you'll be there. Hopefully other council members can make it as well for that ceremonial ribbon cutting. I presume the press will be there as well. So it's a big day as we bring this very, very large 5,000 plus cubic meter water tower online. So with that, through the chair, I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Great, thank you, Director McMunn. I'm not seeing any. CO Morris.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification, it's 11 a.m. is the ribbon.
Sorry, did I say PM?
Yeah, you did, yes.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
You're usually working then, but we'll have at 11 a.m.
Yeah, my apologies.
Which is good because I think we're getting a nice snowstorm that afternoon, evening. So at 11 a.m. on Wednesday, be at the water tower. All right, thank you, Director McMunn. So with that, we'll go to the Rural Transit Feasibility Study. We have a presentation to put up.
We do, Mr. Chair. So if it pleases committee, I do have just a very, very short covering report, basically to introduce what council is going to hear this evening. So the report speaks to this report and the subsequent presentation, which I'll hand over to Mary Lou and Adam, who are online here from Arcadis. So this report this evening, the presentation in and of itself is for information to council. It's to present to council, to present to folks at home that are watching and the broader community, kind of where we started the process through this whole rural transit feasibility study that we've been working on since spring of 2025 through the summer. Lots of public engagement with stakeholders, et cetera, to find out what the community wants and what some of the supporting agencies around town that support some of our folks that live in Smith Falls and broadly throughout the county, what people would expect from a rural transit system. So like I said, this is for information purposes this evening. There's no financial implications that we're expecting council to make any decisions this evening. It's to dip our toes into the what could be for a rural transit feasibility study in the broader county as well as Smiths Falls and what that would look like. So just in the analysis and options, I'm going to read just a little bit verbatim here. The rural transit feasibility study sought to explore a rural transit solution that considered travel needs of the community, operating and infrastructure requirements, scalability, and costs. The outcomes of the study aim to evaluate the benefits of connecting communities throughout the county and Smiths Falls, improve economic outcomes for potential users, foster environmental stewardship, and reduce isolation. And this is probably the most important part, to reduce isolation for potential users. So with that, as I mentioned, we got Mary Lou and Adam from Arcadis here this evening. The presentation that you're going to see here this evening was part of your agenda package. So hopefully you had a chance to peruse that. It's a very, very large document. The final report, notably, is 100 and some odd pages long. But if nothing else, hopefully you give it a quick cursory review, and I'm happy to turn it over to Mary Lou. I think you're going to kind of drive the presentation and lean on Adam at a certain point. So I'm happy to turn it over through the chair, if that suits Councillor McGuire.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Can everyone hear me okay? I guess I'll start with that.
Yes, we
Yes.
can.
Yes, okay, great. Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Your Worship, and members of council, thank you again for inviting us today, and we're happy to share the summary of our work and our partnership that we had with Smiths Falls and Lanark County to really look at the rural feasibility of transit within your communities. So if we move to the first slide, please. Just from an introduction, I think Paul kind of summarized it. It explored the feasibility of public transit for both Lanark County and Smiths Falls. There is a lot of on-demand and different transit services out there, but we really wanted to understand your community. What are your unique travel needs that we need to look at throughout the community? And in order to do that, we did a lot of public and stakeholder engagement. We came there twice to the beautiful community of Smiths Falls and Lanark County. And we did public and stakeholder engagement. We looked at best practices as well. We looked at your challenges and opportunities of travel around the community, what existing transportation services you do have, trip generators within your community, and travel demand patterns. And then we're going to provide recommendations, implementation guidance, and financial planning and next steps. Next slide, please. So when we looked at the existing transportation context of the community, we know that Lanark Transportation operates throughout the community as a door-to-door dial-a-ride type of service. And they also have the Ride the LT program, which operates inconsistently, I would say. Like, you know, every Tuesday you get to go to different locations within your community, but it's not a consistent service where people can rely on for a job, let's say, or school travel. There is also FlixBus and Rider Express, which are intercity bus companies. There's Via Rail, which we saw all the rail context today, so we're trying to stay in the theme of mobility and transportation. And then OC Transpo, we know that there was a cancellation of some services after COVID to the community, so it's difficult for some people to get to Ottawa if they need to get there as well. And in light of the conversation earlier about rail and high-speed rail in Ottawa, you know, this might be some solutions down the road to think about when you want to make connections to Ottawa to connect to that potential high-speed rail opportunity. But certainly the service challenges that we saw were long lead times for booking trips on Lanark Transportation. You have to book in advance. Long trip distances, they can get expensive for users. I know the average was around $34 a trip. There's not as many taxi options in some of the settlement areas, and the intercity bus and rail services only connect to a few communities, not all. And then the intercity schedules are not designed for same day and round trips as well. And next slide, thank you. So on the next slide, we looked at the demographic and travel travel demand analysis. So we know Lanark County itself, and Smith Falls was added on as part of this project, but Lanark County is quite diverse, and there's no dominant travel pattern that we saw through the examination of looking at where people travel. It is a dispersed community. We do know in demographics, it's generally older populations than the provincial average when we looked across the population average. And then the highest observed equity needs were in Smith Falls, Perth, Lanark Highlands, and Tay Valley. The attraction to Ottawa, it's the strongest in the east. So places like Carleton Place, we saw a bit of a draw to Ottawa. It is closer. It's where people, there was more of a request to travel to Ottawa, more in the east area than something like Smith Falls. And then we did see a demand for inter-county trips as well. So even within town, so within Perth or within Smith Falls, there was a real need to generate trips within their own communities. Next slide, please. So I'll just pass it quickly to Adam to share a bit. He took a look at some of the best practices. As I said, there's other communities that operate different types of service based on the community needs, and it was a good opportunity for us to take a look at these best practices. So over to you, Adam.
Thanks, Mary Lou. And just confirming that I can be heard as well.
Yes, you can.
Thank you. The reason that we did the best practices review is that we wanted to bring some lessons from other jurisdictions that have successfully implemented rural transit service in contexts that are similar to the service area of the town of Smiths Falls and the county of Lanark. So many of these examples are a mix of rural communities and settlement areas. So we looked at NG Transit in North Grenville, which operates a mix of on-demand transit. That's a type of service that requires users to book trips to travel, and a vehicle will not go out unless it's requested by a user, as well as a fixed route to Ottawa that they recently launched in the fall of this year. Brant Transit, that's located in Brant County. This system consists entirely of on-demand transit, though they are looking at implementing a conventional route in the future because there's been some call from the community for it. Ride Norfolk in Norfolk County, also in southwestern Ontario, which operates a primarily on-demand rural service alongside a fixed route between the communities of Simcoe and Brantford. And Muskoka Community Transit in the District of Muskoka, which provides a conventional transit route on Highway 11 between Huntsville and Orillia, and an on-demand travel zone that's centered around the community of Gravenhurst. So some of the key takeaways that we wanted to emphasize through looking at other jurisdictions is you want to find the right mix of service that's appropriate for the service area. On-demand services have been successful in dispersed rural communities, while fixed routes can be successful if you have a high demand corridor that has major travel destinations as an anchor point. The operations of smaller community transit systems are generally contracted out to a third party. This is usually an organization that has vehicles, has drivers, has experience operating a transportation service. And in terms of fares, you'll see a mixture of flat fares as well as zone or distance-based fares. And zone or distance-based fares are usually most typical wherever you've got a really wide variance of trip length and people traveling much longer distances. Mary Lou, I'll pass it back to you and we'll go to the next slide, please.
Thank you. So the next step was some public and stakeholder engagement. And I know Adam and the team took a couple of trips out to Lanark and Smith Falls. We had 2 rounds. The first round, the purpose of that was to really gather some community input from various communities. Not only did we host a public survey online, but there were 3 pop-up sessions in various communities. And we had a stakeholder workshop as well, which gathered feedback. The second time we came back, we brought some options that we were proposing for rural transit, and we were able to get some feedback on the needs of the community through that process as well. Some of the key sentiments were the majority of respondents supported introducing an improved transit service. There was a need for improved accessibility through public transit as well. Having a public transit service would allow aging in place for some of the community. Connections to multiple communities is valuable due to the wide distribution of jobs and services, and solutions need to be financially sustainable. And the recommendation from the community was start small and scale up if the service is successful. Next slide, please. So where are we? Sorry, just recommended transit service model. So through that comprehensive process of combining a review of looking at the demographic and travel demand information, our stakeholder and public engagement, looking at some best practices, what we recommend from all of this is an on-demand transit model. The reason we recommend that is that it serves a dispersed travel patterns that we found within the community better than a fixed route service. It enables more complete service coverage of rural and remote areas. It allows riders to choose in multiple directions. It's not just one loop of service at certain times, and it provides flexibility for travel times as well. It provides a door-to-door service for seniors and residents with mobility limitations, and the new software, which we'll talk about, allows for data collection of travel patterns and ridership for when your service starts growing, you can track it better and understand, where the growth patterns are and know where to put more service as it grows. So we know that your current service provider is Lanark Transportation, and we have met with Lanark Transportation and confirmed their willingness to enhance and broaden the partnership with Lanark County and Smith Falls. And we felt that some of the benefits of continuing to use Lanark Transportation is it preserves and makes use of their experience operating in the area. It minimizes duplication. If you had two separate services running within the same community, then it's not efficient and nor is it cost effective. It allows Lanark Transportation to improve the efficiency of the Just Dial a Ride service they have today. It will be a new way of booking with an online service. Potential service quality improvements for the users, efficient use of the vehicles that they already have to reduce the need to buy many more vehicles or do a startup service. They will maintain the phone booking capability for those who don't have access to different online platforms. And it also aligns with the industry guidelines for implementation for on-demand as well. So what we're recommending as a service design is the door-to-door transportation service. The hours 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's similar to what they have today. What we heard from the community is they want more service on weekends. So we thought a Saturday opportunity would be the place to start to see how the weekend service grows. Bookings would be required a day in advance. However, with the online service, there is same day allowed if they could have enough service to guarantee a ride. When we took a look at fares, the recommended fare structure that we recommend is a zone-based by distance service. Right now, we know that the average cost per trip is about $31.48. It's about 84 cents a kilometer. But what we're recommending is a zone system. So between 0 and 10 kilometers, it would be $6 a trip. For zone 2, 15, and capping it off in a third zone for the largest distances beyond 26 kilometers at a $25 trip to enhance affordability for the users. Just getting into some budget numbers. So based on experience, we looked at like communities. Right now, they carry about 16,000 trips annually. What we're seeing based on experience from other communities is that you would grow to about 25 to 31,000 trips approximately annually. The annual operating costs, which includes administration, on-road operations, maintenance, fuel, and marketing, would be about 1.7 to 2.1 million annually. the estimated revenue. With the existing fare structure, you bring in a little bit more revenue because the charges are higher. But if you're subsidizing it more with the reduced cost zone system, then the revenues are a little bit lower. But there is also opportunity for different grant services. So right now, Lanark receives the gas tax program, but there are other federal and provincial grants that you can apply for to help support the costs of operating this type of service as well. So the bottom line annual net municipal costs are basically annual cost $351 to $550 with the existing fare structure, but when you're offering that zone-based system, it brings up the costs a little bit. When we look at the capital cost, what the recommendation is to purchase at $300,000 an additional larger bus in order to accommodate the growth that's anticipated with this type of service. But also the minivan replacement at about 3 minivans annually, it comes out to about $228,000 on the capital costs. And then also we talked about an on-demand software provider. So you would procure that service. There's various providers out there. There's Rideco, there's Blaze, there's Via, there's various providers that provide this software at an annual fee of about $30,000. And I'm just estimating you'd have to do a procurement to bring that on board, which would then provide an online service for booking. It would provide statistics. There's many great features to the online program. So we're seeing an annual cost of about $558,000 in year one, with the addition of the one growth bus purchase of $300,000. So on the next slide, it's just talking about implementation and monitoring of this service. So there would be additional staffing needs for Lanark Transportation. They would have to grow some people on the administration side, certainly because we're adding Saturday service. The oversight of the Lanark contract, the division of responsibilities, software procurement, and marketing communications would need to move forward. Also, the monitoring of the service, the staff would be able to report back to council on many of the key performance indicators and guidelines to then make decisions in the future of how and where you should grow the service. So on our final slide, I wanted to just go through that our recommendation is the on-demand transit is the best option for pursuing. It's really just growing from where you are today. We're not suggesting to grow big, as the community suggested. Let's start small. By providing the software, it gives an opportunity for more than the users today, but to really market and grow this service to get people around the community. We know that Carleton Place did a study as well to look at perhaps a fixed route to Ottawa. So this on-demand service could provide connections to Carleton Place and people could hop on the bus to Ottawa. Mobility, I think, is important to the community, and this is the first step in that move. We also did present, as part of the report, some fixed route options within the community, because we did look at what are the demand generators and where do people want to go within your communities, and there is some recommendations in the report for fixed routes down the road should you want to consider growing. If you're seeing the travel patterns happen, we would then move from on-demand to fixed route. Another option is to look at, if Saturday service is working out, do you move to Sunday service? Do you extend the hours later in the evening? This is a great starting point for you. And in speaking with Paul, it gives you all of 2026 next year to really work through and build the plan up to implement service in 2027. And that's it. I want to say thank you for having us today, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you. Who wants to kick off the questions?
If I could, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mary Lou, for that great summary of the culmination of work through from the onset of this project. It's been a tremendous amount of work. I've been heavily involved with the administration, Kurt Graves and Jasmine Ralph up at Lanark County, and the Arcadis team. So it's been a tremendous amount of work getting to where we are today with all the public engagement and the just the work in behind the scenes. So as Mary Lou noted, through this process, it became very evident and clear to the team, this working team that we put together, that it seemed to make sense to to augment what Lanark Transportation does, as opposed to trying to be compete with Lanark Transportation. They already offer a service that's well received within the broader community of Lanark County and Smith Falls, and it seemed to make sense, if they were interested, which they are, to expand on their service. Just solely for financial reasons, that seemed to make a tremendous amount of sense. And as Mary Lou noted, and as I noted when I introduced the Arcadis team, that we're not looking for any decisions from council this evening. As Mary Lou noted, we would take 2026 to work with Lanark County to work the plan, this conceptual plan, to get it to a point where we're ready to, at council's discretion, if we're ready to pull the trigger in 2027 and fully implement it. So it'll probably take the year to get us to that point. So it could very well be a 2027 budget deliberation discussion at that time. So the culmination of the work throughout 2025 is to simply plant the seed here this evening, to generate some conversation, hopefully get council's concurrence that we got this right in terms of augmenting what Lanark Transportation already does. And I will also note that the same presentation by Mary Lou and Adam will be presented to Lanark County Council this coming Wednesday evening.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Panko.
Thanks, Mary Lou, Adam, and Paul. This is, I guess it probably exceeds my expectations. I was excited when this came forward initially at county, and then we discussed it around here. We made our commitment to be part of the study, to make a financial commitment to do so. And I think it's showing not only is it feasible, that there's an action plan. There's really some direction here which tells us why it's viable, how it's viable, and I think reflects the feedback I probably had from this community over time, from the standpoint that the possibility of having a fixed route throughout town is really encouraging, with a number of stops there, as well as the ability to connect other parts of the county and maybe ultimately into Ottawa. And based on the fare structures that have been outlined, even with the heavier subsidy, we're still only looking at somewhere around probably $15 a resident per year operating shortfall across Lanark County. So it makes it much more viable, I think, than anything that we've ever even heard of in the past. So certainly, from my perspective, a great opportunity, and look forward to ongoing conversations with Lanark County and Lanark Transportation. And I think we are certainly much closer to reality than we've ever been in any time I can remember. So well done. I think it makes an awful lot of sense.
Councillor McCann.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, everyone. Was there any modeling done that, I guess, if Lanark County decided not to proceed and Smith Falls wanted to, or vice versa, is it the recommendation, is it either we all do it together or it's not viable? Or is it viable for one partner or the other to go alone? Do we know that answer to that?
So maybe I'll start off and I'll pass it to Adam for any sort of details around it. But I mean, the idea was to look at this as a whole, to connect between communities, because Lanark Transportation does offer service amongst those same communities. But certainly there is opportunity to consider growing with either just Lanark County or even with just Smith Falls through subsidies within your own community. But if you're looking at even a fixed route, whether you do that with Lanark Transportation or you consider a different provider, because there are also out there providers like Via, for example. Don't be confused with Via Rail, but it's a company called Via that they provide the operation of the service as well as the booking of the service programs as well. So there's different options. We didn't look at that because I think we were looking as a whole between your two communities. Adam, I don't know if you modeled anything differently.
No, all of that's correct, Mary Lou. The project considered one cohesive service area consisting of the town of Smiths Falls and the county of Lanark. So separate modeling for a Smiths Falls exclusive service was not done.
So, yeah, and I'm not recommending that happen. There's a lot of changes coming up in the next 12 months, including a new election of a new municipal council, a new county council. So it's unpredictable. We could do a lot of work in 2026, have a whole new council come in both communities, and someone may not, who hasn't been involved, might be, it would be unfortunate, but I think I share the mayor's comments about it's within reach. Transportation has been like the weather. We've talked about it all the time, but it's rare that somebody does something. And what you've done here is presented a map on how we can move forward if we choose to. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councillor McKenna. I thought it was interesting. Most of the rides in the consultations are during the day, but then I thought also most of the consultations happen during the day. So I'm wondering if there is more of that commuter demand outside of that, but it's not reflected in the data. I thought it's really interesting to see the Innisfil example referenced, and I know when that rideshare program came out, there was a lot of fanfare, but I've never seen a really good case study on what worked or what didn't work about it. So I was wondering, why wasn't it included as one of the options to consider for us?
I'll pass that to Adam. I just quickly that I know Innisfil was a successful option, and it did grow quickly, and they did bring in the Uber model to support that. But I'll pass it to Adam to talk a little bit more. I know you looked into that a little deeper.
We did, yes. Thank you, Mary Lou. And the reason that we're recommending Lanark Transportation as a service provider is, as Director McMahon alluded to earlier, it's a service provider that's already active in the community, and rather than creating competition between two separate services, we're able to augment a service that's put on by a great organization in the community at a reasonable and competitive cost. And because it's not necessarily within our control where rideshare companies choose to operate, with Lanark Transportation, we're able to capitalize on some great work that has been done by that organization for a number of years.
So is it fair to say there's no financial service level, there's no tangible differences between services? Or, because in my head they seem fundamentally different, where one's more of a private corporation with a municipal subsidy and the other one's a municipal run not-for-profit. Is there less differences there than I'm imagining?
I would say that you've characterized them both accurately, though from a user perspective, they would perhaps notice the difference a little bit less, because the booking interface would look quite similar in terms of placing a trip request using a mobile booking app.
Okay,
yeah,
thanks.
I think the key difference is really looking at the intricacies of each of the communities, and we didn't want to recommend a whole new set of costs for the community. This was already a model that we could build off of. I mean, we're doing projects in Halton Hills. I have a project in Colchester, and in Colchester, in Nova Scotia, for example, there's the town of Truro and Colchester. So they're a partner similar to you. And, they're looking at a couple of fixed routes, but also on demand. And how do we use their CTCL, which is their Lanark Transportation Service? And again, we're recommending a similar way of moving because it minimizes your costs and your startup, at least to get going. I mean, down the road, there's different options, whether you move to a fixed service or you grow the service. But we know from even the community feedback, they didn't want a big brand new system. How do we build off what you have? And that was our best recommendation for the intricacies of your community.
Okay. And my other question is, there's not a clear direction on how we go forward with commuter traffic to Ottawa. Is that something where the study that the City of Ottawa is going to come up with clear recommendations that the county can partner with? Or how what's the way forward for commuter transportation?
So for commuter transportation, right now we know there's the FlixBus, and there's those larger inter-community services, but they get very expensive. So we know Carleton Place hired a separate consultant to do some work to look at the connections to Ottawa between Carleton Place. So we didn't want to duplicate that work, but we did partner sort of with the consultant to understand what they're recommending. So how do we build services within the jurisdiction that we're looking after, which is Leonard County, which includes Carleton Place, so that we can bring people there, so that then if the recommended model that they have is a fixed route to Ottawa. So by getting on the on-demand service, you could make a clear connection. I want to stop at this bus stop in order to get to Ottawa. So it would be a transfer, but they would transfer, once that service starts operating, it would be a transfer to a bus that would take them directly to Ottawa. So we're hoping that sort of partnership then works with Carleton Place.
So I guess, Director McMahon, how does that, like when we look at action items and next steps, what does that look like from the commuter side of it? Because we've got a clear recommendation for the local transportation side.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the commuter side look like?
Well, I think just as Mary Lou mentioned, what we do know is Carleton Place, as she mentioned, is doing a similar study to what we're doing with a different consultant. They do have interest in having that dedicated route from Carleton Place to Ottawa. So again, I don't think it makes sense that we would, Leonard County and Smiths Falls, not compete with, it's the wrong word, but we don't need to do something that they already have created and presumably is going to work well. So I guess next steps are to continue our conversations with Carleton Place. They haven't finalized their plan either, and my understanding is they don't have endorsement from council to proceed one way or not proceed. So the way I see it kind of rolling forward, once they get concurrence from their council to proceed with whatever plan they're adopting, and we'll assume that there's that connection from Carleton Place to Ottawa, we can certainly consult with them to see what that means for Smiths Falls and Leonard County. Get people to Carleton Place, and then is it that transfer onto the bus? And the logistics around that we haven't quite figured out. This is very much that part's very much at its infancy right now, but there is an opportunity there to partner up, I guess, with Carleton Place, that we could do that transfer. Stop at the stop where the bus starts, take people to Ottawa, they come back, and then they would have our door-to-door service could pick them up and bring them home, assuming that the timing works with the times of our service. We wouldn't want somebody stranded there after an afternoon shift in Carleton Place and not be able to get home. So
McKenna?
I think Councilor McGuire's brought an interesting line of discussion. I think we should take that next year and not close our options off. Perhaps it's a bus to Smiths Falls via rail, and we increase the rail line service into Ottawa. And that's a better way of moving. I don't know, but I like the idea of keep talking about that, particularly the commuter. I forget our numbers, but they were always surprising whenever I saw them from Smiths Falls into the capital. So I look forward to the next year.
Yeah, and if I just mention as well, just about fares, one of the things to think about down the road, and having come from, Mississauga Transit and the GTA sort of transit systems in my history, but fare integration is also a discussion. So, how do you integrate where the person only pays once and has a free transfer to this bus to Ottawa because it's transferring within the county? And if the county is already paying for a portion of that trip, is there a fare integration program that you can look at for making it affordable for people with one transfer to all the way to Ottawa?
So not seeing any other questions, comments. For receiving the report for information. And thank you, Mary Lou and Adam, for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Mayor Panko.
All right, so that will move us to 9.2, solids handling study results for the water pollution control plant with Mr. McNaughton.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The purpose of tonight's presentation is to share the findings of the solids handling study completed for the Smiths Falls Water Pollution Control Plant. This study was undertaken to assess the long-term solids management needs of our facility and to identify a sustainable path forward as the existing sludge drying system is nearing the end of its serviceable life. Working with SEMA Plus to evaluate the condition and capacity of current processes and to review viable alternatives for future operations. Currently, the wastewater plant is operating at just over half its rated capacity, but aging equipment, limited on-site storage, and an increasing maintenance demands highlight the need for a reliable and resilient solution. Through the study, 4 alternatives have been developed for Council's consideration, which will be presented here shortly. Each option presents very different capital, operating, and long-term cycle costs, and the financial analysis underscores the importance of balancing affordability with operational sustainability. Tonight's report, together with SEMA's presentation, is intended to outline these alternatives and set the stage for more detailed discussions in 2026, when Council will be asked to provide direction on advancing a preferred option to a preliminary design. This work directly supports the town's strategic plan, particularly our goals in investing in our infrastructure, supporting our community growth, and pursuing environmental sustainability. At this moment, through the chair, I'd like to take this time and introduce Bradley Young. He's the project manager from SEMA Plus, who's been working with us on the solid handling study.
All right, thank you. So as Andrew mentioned, tonight's going to be presenting the preliminary findings of our solids handling study. The plant that you see on the screen there is obviously Smiths Falls. Just kind of quickly, I didn't have a laser pointer, but the portion that we are primarily focused on is just to the top of the screen next to the aeration tanks. They look kind of brown. We're focused solely on what happens once the wastewater is treated. You generate sludge, and then where does that sludge go? So it's less focused on the liquid that goes to the river and more what happens with the solids that are generated, captured, and then end up having to be disposed somewhere else. So next slide. So even though we're caring more in this study about the solids handling component of it, the first part of any study is to establish a design basis, so to know how much material we have to handle and treat. So the first portion of the bit was to look at the current conditions, look at growth rates, future forecasts, what's going to happen. Our life cycle of this study is out to 2051. So we worked with the planning department, looked at population growth, and discovered that the serviceable population will be just under 15,000 in 2051. That's what the projection numbers are showing. With that, as Andrew mentioned, the facility still has liquid train capacity. The good news is we're not looking at a large wastewater treatment plant capacity increase. Those are also quite costly, but we're just solely needing this solids handling side. So with the population growth, we translate that into solids management, so per capita loadings, how much sludge is being produced, and then we feed that into the sizing of critical future infrastructures. Next slide. So the challenge at the existing facility is that it was quite innovative at its time. It was about 30 years ago when it was installed, the pelletizer system. Great initiative by the town at the time. Everything does have a lifespan, unfortunately. So the belt filter press that's currently there is located on top of an electrical room. It's hard to access. It's an aging piece of infrastructure. That's what you kind of see in the top portion of the screen there. The rollers themselves are not able to be acquired readily anymore. In some cases, they have to be special manufactured, or it's an extreme upcharge from others to do so. The pelletizer itself is basically where all of the existing sludge, it goes into a small holding tank, is pumped up into that belt filter press, goes into this pelletizer where basically all the water is extracted, evaporated, and you end up with a really dry solid material. The benefit being is that you have very little to manage. All of that solids becomes a dry component. There's a beneficial reuse to it, but the problem again now being is that after 30 years, equipment is breaking down. The system's often offline. If it's offline, there's no real redundancy at a facility like this. It has to be emergency exported to someone that will take it. There's no solids holding facility at the site. They have to store it in the primary clarifiers. which basically means the liquid train starts to suffer. So while all of these are in downtime operation, operations is kind of having to scramble and figure out how to get rid of this material. And as we all know, there's no stopping sewage coming down the pipe. So you just keep producing it day over day, and it's quite exhausting. On average right now, it's around 40 cubic meters of liquid sludge per day. And on a higher month, you can be in and around 60 cubic meters. So that's somewhere in the neighborhood of 2-3 trucks having to haul just pure sludge when this goes down. Next slide. So what we did is looked at some various alternatives ranging from replacing the existing to something more simple. So alternative one was basically just accepting that we would have liquid sludge haulage of an untreated material. So not stabilized, it's still high in pathogen counts, but basically just putting it into a storage vessel that could be hauled away, make it go to another facility for post-processing. So with this, it's not being treated on site by the town. It's basically being exported as an untreated sludge for someone else to purely manage. Alternative two is a new sludge dryer. So that's basically taking what you currently existingly have, getting a new one. So it'd be abandoning the current one, salvage what you can, but for the most part, it's basically a like for like type of replacement. Alternative three is going to anaerobic digestion with what we call liquid haulage. So anaerobic digestion, basically what that means is it goes into a holding vessel where there's a bit more warmth. It'll be around 35 degrees Celsius. Bacteria break down all the organics. It produces a bit of methane. It's a natural gas source. So that can be captured. That methane can be used for beneficial reuse, either through dual fired boiler, various other sources. So you use some of that energy for reducing your greenhouse gas credits. And at the same time, you're reducing the volume that you have to get rid of as well. Alternative four is taking that same concept with the primary difference be instead of hauling liquid, which would be several trucks per day, to then further process that into what we call a cake, which will be around 30% dry solids. So it looks more like earth or dirt. And then that can be put into a truck and then hauled away again for future disposal, but a lot less water content. So there's a lot less moving parts in that regard. Next slide. Yeah, so the first alternative we looked at, we'll just kind of go through each one, general challenges of what each has, and then how they can fit on site, and then we'll talk some financial numbers a bit. So the challenge or the benefit with doing the first option I mentioned, where you're just storing sludge, dewatering, and making it someone else's post-processing, is that it's fairly simple in what you need to build and construct, so it's a lower capital cost. The primary challenge is that an untreated material is hard to get rid of. You can't just process it that way and have it go to beneficial land application. It has to go to some other post-processing. Right now in the region, there's only one main player that's able and willing to take this type of material. They have a facility that would need to be expanded. We did a lot of stakeholder collaboration to see what would happen if we did go this route. So it's not fully committal, but they would be able to take it. They just need enough lead time to be able to do so. There's another study ongoing by others to look at maybe doing something to take this type of material, but it's very far off in the future. So we're keeping the line open, but there's no guarantees for that yet. The biggest downside, if you are unable to get rid of this solid cake material, then you're kind of stuck with what you've got, and you're in a tough situation. So it's a very risky approach just to rely on one main player and one ability to dispose of the material. Next. That approach on the site, these are just kind of general site plans as to what it would look like. It will change in preliminary design, but it's more for visualization. So what you're seeing is basically a holding tank to hold that liquid sludge, a dewatering building facility in the top right that would turn it into that cake product, and then the trucks would come in and haul it away on a semi-regular basis. So the benefit here is that it all fits on the existing site footprint, so there's no land acquisition required or large investment that way. The new dryer, so the benefit here is that it is a Class A biosolid product, and what that means is that material can go direct to more beneficial applications like growing vegetables and whatnot. It can be sold as similar to like a compost type of material. Originally, when the first dryer was constructed, this was one of the major benefits. It was supposed to come with some economic benefit. It's going to come with some revenue stream. Andrew can talk more to it, but in more recent years, it's harder and harder to get rid of the material, and the revenue coming in is excruciatingly small. It's not
the company that we use, the singular company that we use to dispose, manages that contract for us to facilitate the sale of the material. It became quite a challenge to find somebody throughout the year consistently. And again, with the limited space on site, storage became a challenge.
Yeah, so they basically go in these pellet bags, like giant bags for disposal. So the challenges then, aside from that, is basically that it's high complexity to operate. Most of these more modern facilities are larger communities where there's not enough space. They tend to run 24/7. It's like City of Toronto, I think region of Durham has a dryer. There's much less of them in communities of this size, just due to the capital cost and the complexity to operate and maintain. Next slide. It would fit on site if it did need to go in as a new construction or a new building. So everything's still fitting in that general footprint. The third option with the anaerobic digestion. So the benefits here is that basically you're taking that material, producing some beneficial byproduct through the methane gas, while also reducing the sludge volume, which is a benefit to reduce your gas consumption. It's the most common approach that is used in general communities of this size. And the other benefit specific to Smiths Falls is that if there's any appetite for an organics program or a green bin, it can be used as a feedstock source. So any of that material can be kind of pulped up, turned into almost like a slurry, put in the digester. It increases gas production. So it's a beneficial use of separating organics from your waste at home. So if there's something to go along with that, there's an extra benefit. Industrial sources. So let's say if Hershey's had to dispose of some of their effluent in the future, if they were to come back with candy productions, then that material again can go direct to digester. It saves energy at the liquid train of the wastewater plant and helps produce gas for beneficial reuse, reducing the carbon footprint of the wastewater treatment plant. So there's some secondary benefits there that can help offset some of the costs or deal with some of these challenges that you guys know are coming with this, while also being a bit more environmentally sustainable. Again, this does fit on the existing site. A little bit smaller tankage because you do have that digestion and then the disposal. Next slide. The last option is basically the same. The only real difference here is that we're, instead of hauling that liquid, which is around 2% solids, 3% solids, we're going to centrifuge it. Or use a press, it'll go to 30% solids, that more dirt material. And then that can be tilled into earth for land application, go to other compost sites. There's various alternative exports. So instead of being reliant on one outlet, now there's multiple ways to reduce your demand on the sludge. In both cases, when you do digest as well, there's a much less chance of odors. So going with a purely undigested product, there's a higher chance that you'd have an odorous material through town or when they're hauling. In this case, with anaerobically digested material, it's more of an earthy kind of smell. Next slide. And again, it all kind of fits on the existing site footprint with trucks coming in and out of the site, very similar to how they are. All of this would change in principle during a preliminary design. But again, it's just looking to make sure that there's no need for land application or intrusions on neighboring properties. So as part of this too, what we did is a greenhouse gas emissions comparison. So there's different tools you can use to look at carbon emissions, your overall carbon footprint. So there's like scope 1's kind of your direct emissions, scope 2 tends to be more chemical, and then scope 3 is say your benefits to some extent. So when we looked at this, the highest carbon intense approach is with a new dryer. That comes just due to the amount of gas that has to be used for heating, as well as general storage and the way that the machine runs. While the lowest contributor is more of the anaerobically digested products, this being because one, we're capturing that methane and using it for a beneficial source. So in nature, all that methane would just slowly degrade and release into the atmosphere. At a facility like this, you contain it, and then you basically burn it in your dual files boiler, so you get some credits there. And then again, because it's going to go to a land application, you're pulling some of the need for fertilizer out in the marketplace, so you get some credits. So overall, the lowest greenhouse gas emissions comes out to be with the alternative 4, which is with the digestion, and with the cake because you're hauling a lot less with the dryer product. So your least favorite slide here. The cost of doing this works is quite expensive. The most expensive is a new dryer. They're a very high technology, complicated piece of machinery. They require more complicated to come up to current code with respect to HVAC and these sort of requirements to have one in a building. They're very expensive to build, so that is coming in around $64 million. The most affordable solution carries the most risk for disposal, which is the untreated sludge. It's basically just the holding tank. And then the other two with the digestion are somewhere in the middle, with a little bit less to haul air, liquid sludge, just because you don't have that extra component to convert it into the drier material. So you save a bit on that capital investment there. Next slide, from an operating perspective, basically we looked at the various costs that it is to haul the different types of materials. So an untreated biosolid product is somewhere in the neighborhood of $120 per ton, where if you treat it and digest it, you're in the neighborhood of $80 to $90 per ton. So there's quite a bit of savings just in doing that treatment. So the cheapest way from a digestion standpoint, or just keeping it in solids, is through digestion with cake. And then actually the overall lowest operation is with the new dryer. Not currently, because every time you have a breakdown, it does have to go to emergency disposal. But a new facility, they do run fairly efficiently. Next slide. So we did look, as I mentioned, on a 30-year net present value to cover the span of this study. The lowest purely financial cost is with untreated biosolids storage, provided that there's always a place to dispose of it. That is the most economical way to do this, according to all of the stakeholder engagements and the appetite to receive it and the cost that it would be to dispose of each different type of product. Once you get into anaerobically digested materials, it starts to become very close whether you haul liquid or you haul cake. So basically you have a lot of savings on the hauling because you remove all that water. While at the same time, it's not that much more to run a press or a centrifuge. It's just basically spinning and pulling the water out and sending it to the liquid train. New sludge dryer is cost prohibitive. Next slide. So the way that we ended up going through our scoring here is similar to an EA type of process. Originally, we were going to do full EA, but since we're able to stay on the existing site, it saves a lot of these supporting and additional studies because it's now an exempted project in the EA process. So from a technical standpoint, that comes down to how robust is it as a solution long term. So the ability to have multiple disposal sites with a digested product is, in the way biosolids work, is very important. It's pretty often that municipalities do have to rely on the backup, if you will. It's a material that's always coming. It's difficult to deal with and manage. You're dealing with it now with the dryer, and it's quite costly, the alternative. So with the cake haulage, that comes with the most amount of alternatives. It can go to a site in Iroquois, it can go to landfill, it can go to various third-party disposal sites. And the untreated solids, that's your least favorable. From a social cultural perspective, so going with untreated biosolids, there's a high chance of odors. Even the best odor controls have a hard time to capture this type of material. Anytime a truck bay opens, trucks driving through town with raw, undigested biosolid material, has a high chance of odors. Anything spills, it's an environmental concern. So from a social cultural perspective, that's not as favorable. The most favorable is, again, the digested material, or in this case, even the pelletizer. But with the digested material, it's going to have more of that earthy smell. It won't be as much of a nuisance. It's going to beneficial use, so it's more favorable. Similar with the natural environment, it comes with that odor, that risk of not having the treated materials. It's unstable, so going into that anaerobic digestion process. The main benefit of that alternative one is the economics, which is always a driver of these projects as well. So, next slide. So kind of where we're at is to present the project team's preferred. So the preliminary preferred alternative from the project team is to move forward, not tomorrow. This is something that has to be done over a long period of time. The equipment is nearing its end of life. It's at 30 years. It's limping along. Operations is keeping it running, but it's the time to start planning and budgeting and understanding that the existing dryer cannot make it another 30 years. Just the availability of parts, it's not feasible to do so. So getting into the process of having something ready. So we're recommending anaerobic digestion with the K College. The main reasons for that is it's the lowest GHG, so from a carbon footprint perspective relative to the other digestion method, it provides a lot of those benefits, which sets the municipality up well for the values of the community, as well as funding sources that are often announced. The ability to have these GHG studies, the carbon footprint, the additional supplementary works that we've done increases the probability for funding. It reduces the sludge volume. And it has a comparable 30-year NPV to not doing the alternative, which would be to haul the liquids. Overall, the scope of the upgrades would end up being to basically design and construct 2 digesters, a small building with heat exchanger equipment, HVAC equipment, and then a building with the dewatering, which is usually on kind of a second story so that you can load into a truck base. But it will be a significant project for the municipality when this does end up coming to fruition. So it's important that we're here today to give you this information prior to going through.
Great, thank you, Mayor Penko.
Thank you, and I went through the report yesterday with great interest, and I guess the first question really is timelines. I mean, I know this is only one part of the facility we're managing now, and I think I think every year we're putting 7 figures into maintenance or some piece of equipment or another multiple pieces of equipment. So the concern would be: how much are we investing in this section of the plant? And if we've got a timeline here of, I don't know, 2 years or 5 years or whatever the number may be, before we face a major investment. I mean, even the fact if we're putting $1 million more a year or whatever it may be into simply this section of the solid handling section of the plant, what's the thought process with regards to taking next steps and timelines?
So through the chair, I'd be happy to start by answering that we are currently up and running right now. So that is good news. But over the course of this year, we've had 3 periods of downtime, and each time was about a month or so in its duration. With that comes challenges that, as Bradley had stated, that our primary storage is in our primary tanks. And we do have some storage, right, which allows us to have that buffering capacity to say, you know, we can be down for a day, we can be down for a week, but we can't be down for an extended period of time, hence switching to the sludge haulage. So currently right now, during our down periods, we are hauling sludge, and we are going to that one source. That one source has expressed that in the interim, if we were to have a major failure, a major breakdown, that the municipality could enter into an agreement, and that could be a term-based agreement where they would take our sludge and we would have a means to an end for that. But that's not saying that with the pelletizer running right now, essentially it's what's next. About 15 years ago, the municipality had to replace the heat exchanger. At that point in time, that was around a $600,000 cost to the municipality. Those costs have increased. I wouldn't want to know what it would cost for us to facilitate a replacement like that. If we take into consideration we're at 32 years and approximately 15 years ago we replaced that piece of equipment, we could be essentially nearing the end. What we're doing right now is we're putting lots of money into the upkeep and maintenance, but unfortunately that takes specialists and specialized people in trades. So they don't come at a very cheap cost either. So there's a significant cost to have the professionals come in to help us maintain these pieces of equipment. And not only that, as Bradley was stating, some of the pieces of equipment that we have, it's become a challenge to source the material and the parts. We've had to get creative. We had, I think I brought the example up before, but even just the rollers for the belt press itself, 26 rollers, we saw those costs increase significantly. We were able to get creative and we found a local local trades group that was able to make those rollers for us. And at that point, you know what I mean, when you compared with the cost of what we were looking, an American product, that's another challenge that we're experiencing is a lot of the materials and a lot of the parts that we're looking at actually have to come across the border. And in the last year or so, that's become a significant challenge for us, dealing with some of the cross-border issues that have come up.
So the interim solution for anything is going to be haulage, which we do when the system is down at 25, 30 grand a month, I guess somewhere in there, it looks like.
When we were hauling, just to dispose of the material was around $15,000 a month, yes.
Okay.
So that was just maintaining. That wasn't getting ahead. That was just buying ourselves time till we could get the pelletizer back up and running at that point.
Okay, so worst case scenario, we have an agreement with a municipality that accepts our haulage. Are they willing to have an agreement for 30 years, I guess, if that was the outcome?
That would be part of your alternative one.
Yes.
But again, not really the most environmentally friendly. You're talking about lots of trucks on the road, in and out, so you're increasing traffic, right? You'll have the challenges, like there's challenges with staffing. Right now with the pelletizer and the downtime, we're running double shifts, so it's increased operations. It's taken staff away from the liquid side of things.
Yeah, and in terms of other municipalities, we did reach out to a couple. So Smiths Falls is large enough that it's a substantial burden on another municipality to take all of this material. Mm-hmm. So ones that are reasonably large enough to entertain accommodating of it, one of them they're tapped out at their own facility. They don't have capacity to take it. The other one is looking at doing their own upgrades. So they're about to lose capacity in order to try and gain a bit more in the future. So there may be an avenue there. However, they did express that they would not want to go into a 30-year agreement. It would be more on a case-by-case emergency. They like this approach of call us, we'll let you know if we can take it, and we're going to charge you that rate at that time.
Well, I guess any haulage option would be significantly bring a lot of risk. Like you're in a situation where the day comes, they're no longer accepting it.
Yeah. With the sludge drying, that's your least amount of haulage, right? You're creating a very small, minute, dry product. So there's less weight, less tonnage. But looking at option 4 with the cake production, we've seen operations. We had a chance to visit other municipalities that have this technology deployed in their areas to treat their sludge. And from what we've seen from their operations is they're very slick, they're very smooth. Obviously, one of the challenges with our wastewater plant being located and the potential possibility of development coming in that area, we do need to take into consideration the socioeconomic aspects of it, like smells, odors, and how that may affect people's day-to-day.
Mr. Chair,
Sorry.
okay, I have one more question. I'll always go around then, or you want me to go ahead and do it?
If you've got a question on this, then might as well ask.
Sorry?
If you've got a question.
Yeah, so I guess, does the net present value and a bit of a cost analysis include the reduction in our energy costs that we would not, if we're not running a pelletizer, we're going to be saving quite a bit of money from that perspective? Is that all built into it, or is that just will be separate?
Yeah, the NPV considers the energy costs, operational time estimates dedicated to each one of those options, chemical use, disposal, and then it's graphed out over the 30-year window.
Great, thank you.
CEO Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the mayor's original, or first question was really an asset management question, and I think it would be instructive for staff to take a deeper dive into the wearable parts and the components of the pelletizing system specifically, and bring that back for discussion. I mean, really, it's about predicting how long can we extend the life cycle, and we talked about rollers, we talked about the heater core. There are wear parts that we know are going to wear out, so we need to make some predictions on when we think that'll be, and perhaps a laser focus on this particular piece of equipment, separated out from other components of the wastewater treatment facility, might lend some insight into how much time we have and how long can we put off the inevitable decision to do something differently. So I would suggest, Mr. Chair, we could bring that back in January for discussion.
Great. I had a question for untreated biosolids. Are those transported in a tanker truck or an open bed truck?
Those are tanker truck, yeah. Typically 20 to 40 meters cubed, depending on the hauler.
So the smell problem comes when it's being loaded, or?
It's anytime you transfer it, yeah.
Okay.
And there is a residual smell that does travel with that material, even though it is contained, right? Like there is some venting on the equipment and.
Okay. And then, like the alternative one, if you were to dewater, and I was thinking of what's currently taking place when the pelletizer goes down, it goes to tanker truck. If you were to dewater it, then it goes into a dry material that we call cake, as I mentioned, and that is, just think of it like a dump truck, open top. Okay. It's in that type of a catch.
Just like a 10-yard bin you'd get from GIM.
So what I'm trying to understand is that when our unit goes down now, we're doing the untreated biosolids haulage more or less, it sounds like, but it doesn't seem like the smell right now is it's not like we're getting phone calls when it goes down that it's a problem. So what would the problem be on a 30-year term versus the short term we're using it now?
So right now, it's hauling liquid. So when the tanker truck comes, it goes into a small underground kind of storage. They pump it out of there into this tanker truck as liquid. And that's a short-term stopgap solution. In the future, what we've looked at is it's a lot of material to continuously haul as liquid. And there's the one player that is available to take the untreated material on a reliable basis wants it as a dry product. They don't have the facilities to take that much of a liquid. Right now, when it does go from liquid, it goes to, in some cases, another municipality where they do digest it. And that's one of the ones that we did speak to, and they don't want to engage in a 30-year agreement. They're going to have a period of time, we know, in the next, say, 10 years where their system will be not able to accept it. So right now, it's a different methodology of how it's being disposed of than what would be the long-term solution to basically turn it into dirt.
Councilor Brennan?
Yeah, I just thought of this. So it wasn't too long ago that we came to the aid of, I believe, Westport in accepting this stuff. And you said that we are operating at half capacity. Do we have the capacity to take other people's sludge now, or do we do it?
We have no on-site storage, so the only storage is in the primary. And right now we're having challenges maintaining our levels inside our primary tank with the current system we have. So we did, like I say, we did haul 3 times this year, and one of those occasions was to play catch up as well.
Right, right. But we did take some from, we did take
So
it from what?
what we took was their primary water. So essentially, we're looking at just the gray water after you've had some settling. We assisted them, but I think if you go back to that point, we put our own treatment facility under challenges and stresses at that point.
By doing that, but we charged.
Yes, by doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, we did a favor. Yes, we assisted Westport at that point, but there was challenges that we experienced ourselves by doing so. That if you take the revenue that would be generated from each of those loads, the time and effort that it took into processing that, I think would be lost quite quickly.
Thanks.
Councilor McKenna?
Yeah, and thank you. And Westport's 900 people. It's just it's a small. What's staff thinking on bringing the report now? It was written a year ago. Does it? You wanted to stack it onto the budget discussion, or why? I would have preferred this either a few months ago or in a few months, because it's just.
Well, it's understandable.
This is the most complicated. However, you have explained it really, really well, both of you. And I get it. I was just curious as the timing.
Well, unfortunately, I would say that with all of the various projects that we have ongoing in the municipality at this point, to put something together, to have it ready to present to council, and to find the correct timing, I think would be impossible. So I would say that
Workload management.
yes, I would say that as of right now, there's no better time than now to be presenting this.
Thank you.
I had another question on the biosolids. When we talk that there's only one location, what distance is that? Because I assume if we keep going further and further, eventually there's going to be a municipality, another municipality with capacity. But what radius did we look at?
Just over an hour travel one way.
And do we have any idea how far we'd have to go to get the backup or a next municipality?
I think in our area in Ontario alone, there isn't another viable option at the moment.
Not until you get down to region of Durham area. If you draw a circle around, like we went around Kingston, down in through there, and then up through the Ottawa region, all the municipalities in and around Ottawa are in a position to take it. It's Smith Falls is too big relative to their own size.
Now, maybe you can add some context to this as well, but I do believe that Kingston was exploring expanding their solids handling, but that's been taken off the table.
Yeah, during this study, we were in not collaboration, but in contact with Utilities Kingston and talking with their team there. They were exploring a regional approach. So if it's any consolation, the town of Smith Falls is not unique in having biosolids challenges. It's kind of the forgotten component of a wastewater treatment plant often. So they were looking at having a consolidated place where like Napanee could come in, Kingston would come in, other areas there. But unfortunately, the feasibility study indicated that it wasn't a viable approach, and it got killed at council 6 months, 8 months ago, maybe now, give or take.
Last question for me is between the anaerobic digestion with liquid and cake, there's about a 2.5 million cost difference. Is the only difference or the only advantage to those two the difference in the haulage, like the weight of the haulage and the greenhouse gases and costs associated with that?
From the liquid to the cake?
Yeah, because I'm trying to figure out where is the value when the cake is the one being recommended. What are we buying for that extra $2.5 million other than greenhouse gas emissions?
So you're buying, in this case, when we consider, to us at this stage of a project, those are essentially the same numbers in terms of if we were to put error bars on plus minuses. It's probably like it's a plus 30, minus 20 type of thing. So it's essentially the same cost.
So for class
So
Ds,
some of these benefits at this point are where we start to consider. And then the other major benefit in that regard is there's more outlets for the dry product.
Okay.
So the cake has more avenues to be disposed. But the one thing I may not have made clear enough there is that outside of the dryer, if you look at all the options, they're almost building blocks amongst each other. So the liquid Untreated liquid solid storage is you have a new storage cell, and then that is supplementing the dryer, and it's going to go to some avenue of disposal. When you get to digestion, it's a similar tank, and then it's going away. And then with cake, it's adding on a dewatering step. So as part of preliminary design, a key aspect should be how to look at phasing this. So is there a way to build stepping blocks to maximize that life of the dryer and help out operations if there is an impact? So yes, it's with the liquid storage, if it's $2 million and that's the deal breaker, it's at $7 million on a capital cost, then deferring that component into the future and just starting out with liquid haulage is a way that the project could be phased in.
Okay. And sorry, one more question there. Are these prices based on, right now our plant's around 50% capacity? Are these prices based on investment that's going to be at about 50% capacity too, or how would that be sized compared to our current loads?
Yeah, so this is based on, at the beginning with the population growth. So I didn't present all the loading and all the technical calculations that go into it, but it's basically looking at the 30-year design window. So how much solids are we predicting to be generated in the 30-year window? And then having the ability to expand if you do end up at that liquid capacity. So it ends up being around, I think it's 70–80% of the existing rated capacity, just because that's where the 30-year projections are landing.
Okay, so it'll be size smaller than our current facility, the rest of the facility, but it's still within our 30-year projection.
In a way, yeah, it's not designed out to be, it's 14,800 cubic meter per day, the liquid train. So this solids handling is going to be sized a little bit less than that because we don't have a projection to get there. It would be another X number of millions to.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. All right, I think we've exhausted the questions. Thank you for coming tonight.
Yes.
Councilor
So
McKenna.
just on the direction, because C.O. Morris had a suggestion that intrigued me, and it was to look at it. What can we do for 3 years or 4 years, and what's manage this risk, and you'll come back? Is that what I heard? Is that
if council's in agreement with that approach, I would recommend going through that exercise first. It doesn't eliminate making a decision, but it gives you insight into how long we have until a decision needs to be made.
I would support that.
Great, so we'll look forward to that at a future committee of the whole.
Practically speaking, Mr. Chair, I would say the first quarter, we need to get through a very big budget first. So we're not asking for money in 2026. That's an in-house exercise that we can do.
Okay, great. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
So with that, we've got the accessibility plan for 2025 to 2030. Oh, sorry. Confederation Bridge with Director McMahon. Trying to speed this up.
You're not doing a good job. Want to hand it over to me? I'm gonna sit here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the report I have this evening is with respect to the decorative lighting integration into the Confederation Bridge, which we talked about, which we talked about recently. So as we know, the Confederation Bridge is, for all intents and purposes, complete, with the exception of some approach work, some field stone capping of the pedestals, landscaping, a little bit of touch up here and there on the bridge proper that needs to be done in the spring. The railing lighting is installed as we observed last week when we were doing that test overnight to make sure that the photocells and everything worked. The bridge lit up very nicely, so all that effectively worked just as by design. But there is additional lighting package that the consultant that's working with StructureCraft put together a proposal for that decorative lighting package. So as we recall, council selected that value add for the bridge, as they did with other things, such as the Alaskan yellow cedar for the glue lamb, and some other features as well that added to the price and to the scope of the work. One of them notably being this decorative lighting package. So without going through a whole lot of detail, there was information presented in the report, notably the design package that Gabriel, I forget the name of the consultant, but the electrical consultant, Gabriel McKinnon, which is a well-respected electrical engineering firm, put together what's noted as attachment number 2, which is appended to my report. So as you can see, they put together a decorative lighting design for Confederation Drive pedestrian bridge. The big thing to look at with inside of their design proposal is the layout of the lights that they came up with. And let's keep in mind that through this whole process of this constructing this new bridge, we've been very involved with collaborating with Parks Canada to get our basic impact assessment completed, get Parks Canada's concurrence on that basic impact assessment to get our permit. So we've received our permit to complete the works that we've done to date, with the understanding that the decorative lighting proposal will come at a later date. So here we are now talking about it. We presented it to Parks Canada, which would be the proposal prepared by Gabriel McKinnon. And we do have Parks Canada's concurrence that they're accepting of this proposal with some conditions. I won't get into all the conditions because they're basically around the time that the lights can be on. Provisions in there, the lights have to be turned off at 11 o'clock at certain periods of time, notably the migration season of birds, the nesting season of birds, which we know to be in the spring through summer months. So there are some concessions in there that we need to follow to turn the lights off at a certain time. We know the lighting package to be RGB, which is red, green, blue, which basically gives you every color of the rainbow that can be generated from these lights. So there are provisions in there as well for being respective of migratory birds and bird nesting, where certain colors we can't light the bridge up at certain colors other than amber, which I'm not an avian biologist specialist, but apparently that does affect birds for some reason or other. So all that to say, we have their general concurrence to proceed with this lighting package. I believe it was at our last meeting, there was interest from council to bring this discussion back to talk about what staff had advanced and what structure craft had advanced. But I just want to note that this has been taken very, very seriously from our end, with the understanding that it was council's wish to have a decorative lighting package on this bridge to really highlight the timber arches, if you will, to present them to be the focal point that we really want this bridge to be. And I think that was demonstrated very interesting when the handrail lights came on last week. Just in and of itself, with those handrail lights, how much it really did illuminate the bridge. So one can only imagine when we put these additional lights on the bridge, it's gonna present itself very, very nicely. And I think we're gonna get that visual effect that we were truly looking for. So I'm happy to stop talking here, but if you went through that proposal from Gabriel McKinnon, you'll see the different lights. Some of them are roughed in already, i.e. on page 4 of their proposal, you'll see there's some, you maybe see them around some of the malls and stuff, shopping centers where they got these light pucks in the ground that they project up. So that's shown on number 4, and that's to illuminate the tops of the roof as you approach the bridge. On that same page, there's some directional LED lights that get mounted to the inside of the glulam timber that shine up into the underside of the roof. And then there, on one of these pages, there are LED lights that get mounted to the outside of the pedestals that shine up to illuminate the arches as well. So very much in the way of like focused lighting, meaning the direction and the angle that those lights project, so we don't have that light spill out into the environment. And that was very much a provision from Parks Canada that we had to be very cognizant of that from the electrical design component of it to make sure that we didn't have any light spill any more than what would absolutely be necessary just from the placement of these lights, but we didn't want to encourage more light spill out into the environment than we could control and make sure that we didn't. So trusting that makes sense. I was a little all over the place on that, but so there's a number of photos here. You can see on page 6, you see kind of the photometrics of what these lights will what they'll look like. Picture doesn't really speak it justice for the simple fact that when the handrail lights are on, you drive by on Beckwith Street and it lit up really nice. So all that to say, when the decorative lighting package was on, it's going to really accent that bridge more than what we saw last week with the handrail lighting on. So with that, I'm happy to stop talking through the chair. I'm happy to take any questions. I know this is a lot of information, but council did ask for this to come back, and this is kind of where we're at. This is the direction we're taking. And I just want to focus on the fact that we do have Parks Canada's concurrence at this point with some provisions of concessions that we need to make at certain times of the year. But it seems like we do have to go ahead through we still need to do a BIA, a basic impact assessment amendment. But preliminary discussion suggests that we're good to proceed with that and get our amended approval permit. And I will note that right now, because works have stopped on the bridge, we will not be finishing off this lighting until the spring.
I'll start off with some questions if everybody's got their hand up. Yeah, so like I'm really disappointed that none of the 3 options include the one that council gave direction on. Is there an option that if we say, hey, the lighting that's up there now is adequate, can we get our money back for the lighting package, or are we stuck paying for the lighting package either way?
So through yourself, Mr. Chair, so we have incurred some costs to date because some of the rough-in is completed, i.e. the electrical conduit and whatnot. From a staging perspective, we haven't attached any of the decorative lighting package yet, but it's already plumbed in, ready to go. So much of the work's been done. And again, we're trying to get out ahead of we were really focused, aimed at trying to get this bridge commissioned and opened up for the fall, and we know how that turns out. Winter set in early this year, and much of what we couldn't complete. Well, we could have completed the lighting, but again, regardless of what package we went with, and like I said, this was the one that we got Parks Canada's concurrence to proceed with. We're at the stage now where we have to wait till spring to finish just because of the onset of winter. But so I understand that it may be not quite what council had supported, but keep in mind that those were designs that were prepared by StructureCraft. They're not electrical engineering consultants. It's just what they thought would work. They were kind of conceptual plans. And it wouldn't be until we went to actually detail electrical design where we would get into the nuances of photometrics and light spill and all of that. So through this process, we got to understand Parks Canada's provisions and what their requirements are and what they wouldn't approve. So we kind of went ahead with this design, hoping that we would get Parks Canada's concurrence because they didn't support the other 3 options and the one that council had originally selected. So we kind of went back to the drawing board, but we advanced this understanding what all of their restrictions were in terms of photometrics and light spill, and then honed in on this design to get to what we have here presented in this report.
I get the Parks Canada limitations, but it's really disappointing when, you know, we're not going to Parks Canada when we put the Christmas lights in the park. We're not, and these things are ridiculous. Like, we're going to get birds migrating. We're going to turn off all the lights in town to let birds migrate for certain weeks. I think it's ridiculous. But the two problems I have with the first option, which I think is the best one, is that through our planning department, we're encouraging dark skies, and then we're going to point a bunch of projector lights up into the sky. And I know the roof will catch most of it, but it's not going to catch all of it, I don't think. And the second problem is, I think it's like any kind of projector, where there's a ton of ambient light created by the lights that were turned on last week. So the mock-ups that are shown in the package here show black background, right? You're projecting onto, but with no ambient light. So when you take that ambient light of the walkway and then combine it with the projection light, I don't think you're going to get that same effect. So if there's significant savings to be had, I'd be okay stepping away from this and just having the lighting that's there gives it a nice ambient light. But I just don't see it turning out the way it's projected, because it's going to have all that white light polluting it. Mayor Penko?
Yeah, thank you, Director McMahon. We have a federal agency which governs the waterway and has a say, of course, in many things that we do in our community. And in this example, the real positive, we've got approval to proceed as has been presented. And with respect to Councilor McGuire's comments, fortunately, the ambient light is basically pointing downward within the railing and will light the surface of the bridge. This is focused primarily on illuminating the arches and the other part of the roof. So I'm supportive of what's been illustrated. And the other big benefit, of course, is that we know that we have frequently over the years get requests from outside organizations, especially a lot of not-for-profits, and lighting up the water tower, lighting up Town Hall, different colors. And this will enable us to sort of meet those requests, and which helps us project the messages that they're trying to project as a not-for-profit or a charitable organization in the community for awareness at certain times of the year. So I think that enables a real positive here. And overall, the outcome is maybe not what was expected before, but I think with what we have to work with, I think it'll still be the presence I'd hope to achieve, and I'm sure it'll be embraced by the community.
Councillor Miller?
Thank you. And I think, Councillor McGuire, your point's been made. And so not to belabor that, but or not to belabor that, period. I support what's being proposed. I realize we're partway through. That's disappointing. But again, point's been made. So let's move forward. And I'm very excited about how the bridge is looking. So looking forward to spring.
So this is for S1? S101, I guess? First...
We're not being given an option.
There's 3 options in the report.
If I could, through the chair, so the 3 options were the ones that were originally the very preliminary designs done by StructureCraft, not their lighting consultant. So I simply put those in the report to say this is what was considered before. Council did have concurrence for option 3, I think it was at the time, to proceed with that particular one. Understanding that simply was a preliminary design by StructureCraft. Then we needed to go to detailed design. So 1, 2, or 3 we're not looking at this evening. What we're looking at, which is the works have already been started, is attachment number 2, which is a lighting concept that was designed by Gabriel McKinnon.
Okay, so this is all part of one package. I'm confused. Is the rope lighting part of this too, or is it just those projections? Yeah, it's just the...
So focus through the chair, if I could. So focus on attachment number 2.
Alternative 1 is what everybody's supportive of, right?
Alternative number 1, sorry. That again is attachment 1. Like I said, 1, 2, and 3 were prepared by StructureCraft.
Okay, but the report following is based on alternative 1? In attachment 2?
Yeah, the detailed design prepared by Gabriel McKinnon is kind of predicated on alternative number 1.
Okay, so that's
those
just
projector lamps that were going to be mounted on the pedestals, but then there was far too much light spill into the environment from that.
Okay.
So then that got kind of fine-tuned through the design phase, and that's where they came up with the concept that's in attachment number 2 at the end of the report. That's the design prepared by Gabriel McKinnon, the lighting design consultant.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's consensus. Yep. Okay. All right, so you've got your direction there, and I guess that'll come to council next week?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So just so I
There's no
understand.
decision. It's just for information.
I get it. Okay. So there's no interest in seeing if there's a cost savings by just having the ambient lighting? Okay. So, all right, so that's received for information. We will move on to our accessibility plan with Director Clark.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here for you this evening on behalf of the Accessibility Advisory Committee, of which our chair, Lucy Wingley, is in the gallery this evening. Excuse me. The Advisory Committee worked to draft the document you see before you. Worthy of note, the existing accessibility plan that Town of Smiths Falls has expired in 2025, which is, of course, this year. So this document is a response to an update that is required by the AODA. I'd like to take a moment to just thank the members of the Accessibility Advisory Committee, in particular the work of our chair, and just appreciate that their input has directed this document. Tonight I'm seeking your support in asking you adopt the draft Town of Smiths Falls Accessibility Plan 2025 to 2030. I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor McKenna?
Well written. Thank you to the committee. Thank you to staff, and I'm prepared to support it tonight.
Great. I'm seeing thumbs up. It's the shortest report, the shortest.
Right. I was trying to do it in under 60 seconds, so thank you.
It's crazy that we're already on our second accessibility plan. All right, so that brings us to our operating budget presentation with Director Dauber. Strategy.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council. Can't promise to get through this in under 60 seconds. But we will try and speed things along as much as we can. So we're here tonight for the 2026 first operating budget discussion. Next slide. And I emphasize that, and it'll make sense why as we work through. I know council's going to want to have some input, have some questions, all sort of things. So I don't think it would be probably best to wait until the end to have all the questions all at once. It might be best to just ask them as we go along if that's acceptable to council. So I'm going to read a few slides here because there's quite a bit of information here. So the current budget discussion takes into consideration the strategic priorities for the plan that was set out by council at the beginning of this term. It also takes into account the demand for expanded levels of service and growth in the town. Now, as a reminder from last year's budget discussion, 2025 saw a large number of new residences come online. As a reminder, it was almost 250 multi-residential units and 210 residential units, a mixture between townhouses, semis, and single detached. What that means is there's an awful lot more water connections, an awful lot more people using roads, sidewalks, water and wastewater services, a lot more residents calling for questions, getting water and tax bills, and more bylaws, calls, et cetera, et cetera. So as the needs grow, activities grow, and this increases the demand on resources, which include staffing requirements to meet the increased needs. Moving on, capital needs were previously presented to council last month, and I'm not going to go through them in detail tonight. I highlighted a few that were kind of the larger pieces here for council, but also for the public. The goal tonight is to communicate and quantify the challenges to council in order to seek direction moving forward to propose a levy increase with our second operating budget discussion in January, on January 26th. So next slide, please. Sorry, that's it. So the current pressures, as it would suggest, come in total to 8.3%. I want to stop and make sure that there's assurance that staff aren't coming forward with a proposal for a levy increase of 8.3%. We're going to talk about the pressures tonight that are on the town and the operating activities, which account to 8.3. And I'm going to say that several times tonight. I want to make sure the public understands this is not a tax levy proposal. It's an information on what the pressures are. And the purpose tonight is to seek some clarification so we can come back to discuss the budget with a cleaned up version of the budget in 26 that accommodates the direction that's given by council received here tonight. So the change of budget process that was introduced to the province with a strong mayor's direction sees the need to present a budget with a levy increase no later than February 1st, 2026. So this presents a really good opportunity to tweak the budget process in a way that allows staff to present challenges and opportunities in the operations of the town that can be quantified and allow council to make decisions as representatives of their constituents armed with as much information as can be provided. Again, staff will be seeking clear direction tonight that will allow us to come back and refine the quantified working papers discussion in order to bring back a proposed budget with a levy increase or with a proposed levy increase on January the 26th. Next slide, thank you. So we did discuss at a previous meeting the fact that the province had announced that there was a reduction in OCIF funding, just over $96,000. We received more information since then that shows the gas tax is stable from 2025 and 26, and that we're looking towards about a $25,000 increase in 27, and that number will repeat again in 28. Unfortunately, we also received news from the province that our Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund will see a decrease of $99,600 over 25. And it is disappointing, but I know it's not the first time that the funding allocation has gone down, and that has been taken into consideration with the numbers that are being presented tonight. Next slide. There is some outstanding information still to come. The building condition assessment reports are being finished. They're almost all received. And they've been put together in a way that provides an ability to refine the information in our asset registry system and provides the ability to put together a practical 10-year plan related to facilities operating and capital maintenance schedules. The results of the IT strategy will be coming on January the 3rd to council. Our consultant from the Perry Group will be presenting that along with a 3-year costing analysis for what the proposals will bring forward. The current insurance budget projections are based on information from our brokers combined with market trends and historical claims at Smith Falls. Current estimates are based on a 15% increase. More information will be provided by our brokers, Hall Penny Insurance, before the final budget in order to clarify those numbers. 2026 impact roll was not available at the time this report was being put together. However, we have just received it now. It generally comes in towards the end of the first week or beginning of the second week of December historically. And that will allow us to go back and have a look and clarify some of the numbers. We'll be talking about the growth increases, so that's one of the numbers that we'll be able to clarify with that roll. And just in case anybody was wondering, that's still unknown when the Ministry of Finance will be directing MPAC to move forward with the reassessment. We still don't know, and MPAC employees also don't know at this time.
Councillor Burketta.
I know you've just received the impact report on our assessments, but is it positive? Is it negative?
Well, let me clarify that. It's not an impact report. It is our assessment rule that we load into our financial system, so that once we're able to calculate the tax levy in 2026, it's applied against the current value assessment from the information that's been provided just recently from MPAC. I can also do some calculations on it to look at what the growth factor will be. There will be some small changes on it, but because there hasn't been a reassessment, it's not a huge swing. Other than any sort of growth numbers, it's not going to be a large swing at this time.
Yeah, I think you mean, through the chair, the impact report just reports the new properties that are added to the roll, right?
It's all the properties existing and whether.
Like you mentioned at the beginning, how many more residences there are, so that's the impact report you got?
No, that was for last year. That was 25
okay.
growth. And this year we're projecting a much smaller growth. And we'll get into that discussion later, but we're projecting a much smaller growth potential in 2026.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. So we did present this last year just to show how the dollars are split between the net operating costs. It has not changed significantly. It's very close to what it was last year. And this is, again, for the public's interest and information. Next slide. So this is a presentation that's used both for budget presentations, but also for budget monitors as we go through the year. Now, when I look back historically at how the budget was done, and I actually, the first budget that I attended with Smith Falls was the January 29th of 2024, and I attended remotely because I hadn't started yet, but I did sit in on that budget and noticed there was a different way of doing the budget that I hadn't done before, but I actually quite liked it. I thought it was quite innovative, and it appears to me, and I could have a few of the details wrong, that there's direction that we're given to staff as the expectation range of what the levy increase would be. And it's a slide with small numbers, and it's not meant for, I'll be presenting them in much bigger format, but this was just to kind of emphasize the changes to the budget process. So at the top row, that was where the calculations would be for the directed levy increase. And then at the bottom, number would fall out what the increased net expenses would be over what that direction was given. So that would be the number that staff would go back and look for savings in order to bring that to a zero, to bring it to a balanced budget. As no direction was given at this point, we've used the methodology that we're coming back to say, as is, this is what the increase is in the net levy. And then the intention tonight is to get that direction so that we can come back on the 26th with more of that traditional presentation at Smith Falls. Next slide. So the same numbers are presented here in a larger fashion that can actually be read. Next slide, please. And we're going to come back later and we're going to talk about what those changes are in the budget. Next slide, please. And next slide. And then finally wrapping up at the bottom. And right now, sorry, can you just go back one? Right now, as you can see, that bottom number is zero because we just projected out what the net increases would be. Thank you. Next slide. So just as a reminder, this was brought in the budget guidelines report back at the end of October, that the CPI increases have been larger than the historical increases in water, sewer, and taxes. Next slide, please. Now, and you'll notice from just skip a slide in your handout presentation. Two of the slides are pretty close to the same, so for presentation purposes, you jump to the second one. Some of the large increases here would be the increased debenture payment, which is came with a debt report to council a little while ago, and that matches the numbers of 560,000. Increase in net staff costs, which doesn't include the additional staff that we'll talk about on the next slide. of just about 500,000. There's a decrease in interest, which will show up in the administration section in a couple slides, of 480,000. The insurance cost, as I mentioned, is projected to be about a 15% increase, which is just under $110,000. And then OMPF of $99,600. Now, the budget itself is about 2,400 lines, and there's been a number of changes, so this doesn't signify exactly how everything's changed. But at a high level, these are the pressures that contribute towards that increase. Next slide, please. So additional staff. The proposals for additional staff would be 1 full-time equivalent of a bylaw officer. Costs are full costs, so that's everything. It's salary plus all the other legislative costs as well added on to that. Bylaw officer is $74,000. It's being offset by $50,000 in 2025. We budgeted out $50,000 for an animal control contract, which didn't happen. So that line from 25 has moved up to 26 to supplement this, netting out an increased cost of $24,000. 2 fire dispatch full-time equivalents, combining together a full cost of $158,000, and that's being offset by increased dispatch contract revenue. Locate and permit technician for the roads and engineering department, total cost of $85,000, and that would be a new position. And increase of a half FTE, so a part-time to a full-time custodian to meet the increased needs within the buildings of cleaning. That combined with the net staff cost brings the proposed increase in staffing to 3.2% total. Next slide, please. And then there's another increase on the shared services side from the county. And this is with the land ambulance, Ontario Works have gone up. Social services, children's.
No, I'll let you finish. I have a question on the shared services.
Okay, sure. Social housing, Lanark Lodge, and the LCHC has gone up for a total of just over $150,000 increase, which is about 0.75% of a levy increase.
So I assume this is the case, but under land ambulance or paramedic services, the $74,000 increase, have they already factored in? The province pays about half of the increase, so have they already factored that in when they sent us that figure?
I couldn't say, they didn't specify that. I assume it is because this is the cost that it would be to build towards Smith Falls, and the nod from the mayor is kind of signifying agreement on that.
All right, so if it came from the county, I'm sure that they factored it in. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Miller's also got a question.
Sorry, and just to backtrack on the additional staff, are you going to speak to details about these, or is this where we ask for details?
This could be where you ask details. We're going to start from here on. We're going to start getting changes, overall changes in the operating budget, and then this change with the staffing levels. We have management here that are able to come up and answer questions at this point. So if you wanted to ask questions, then I would welcome them.
Yep, sure. I'd like to know what a locate and permit technician is to start with.
Thank you for the question. If council recalls, this was a position that was discussed in 2025 budget proceedings. I had asked for locate permit tech and then an engineering tech as well. So we got the engineering tech started in 2025 with the understanding that the locate permit tech would come back in 2026 or for 2026 budget discussions. So the locate permit tech is, so anytime anybody does any work around town where they're digging up their yard or what have you, they have to call for what they call utility locates, and that's administered through Ontario One Call. So Ontario One Call is an organization that takes those requests for locates, and then it gets dispatched out to the well, in our case, to the municipality for water and sewer, to Hydro One for hydro locates, and then there's Bell and Cogeco and gas, either Eaton Gas or Enbridge Gas. So we're one that gets dispatched to for water and sewer locates. So currently right now, our utilities department administers locates. It ties up basically a full-time equivalency for one operator, one distribution operator, to do locates on a full-time basis. So my thought is to bring that operation out of utilities and marry it up with the engineering department. That frees up capacity within distribution, so Andrew and his staff can do more work within the distribution system, i.e. getting back on schedule with hydrant flushing, valve maintenance, water distribution pipe maintenance in the ground. Not only that, but knock on wood, dealing with water main breaks this time of year. So it just frees up some capacity within that operation. The permit side of things is we've never had a permit technician in Public Works, but we do administer quite a number of permits. Notably, one of the things that we administer would be street occupancy permits. This morning, for instance, I was driving to work just around 8 o'clock this morning, and I saw a tree contractor, working on the west end of Brockville Street, the south end of Brockville Street, down around Marguerite. Their trucks were parked up on the sidewalk, off the road. They were blocking the sidewalk. They didn't communicate with us that they were doing the work, because we have a process through the street occupancy permit where if somebody's going to be working within our right of way, we deal with traffic control provisions, make sure they have a traffic control plan and pedestrian plan. How are you getting traffic around? How are you getting pedestrians around? Also, there's requirements that they give us a copy of their certificate of insurance. So notably more so in the spring and summer or fall months. Not much work takes place in the wintertime, but lots of work takes place in the summertime. I could drive around on any given day. You know, I go out very purposely I leave town hall to go to respond to a call that we've gotten from a resident somewhere, to go and have a conversation with them, or to drive over to Public Works or what have you. I can honestly say there isn't hardly a day goes by that I don't leave this office and I drive around and I see work taking place. It could be a roofer doing work on a roof, where they've got their ladders on a sidewalk and material all over the place. And so I have to stop, and then I go up and I say, hey, do you have your permit? No. And then work stops until they get their permit. So it takes time out of my day, it takes time out of my staff's day. So I have an interest in having a bum in a seat to actually fulfill that need. So it's not only permit, but it's doing those locates as well, which is very burdensome. Currently right now, Emily Richardson, in our administratively upstairs here at Town Hall, in my wing of the building, she administers the front end. She administers those requests coming in from Ontario One Call. So this person would remove some of that administrative burden from Emily, and they would look after everything kind of from soup to nuts, if that makes sense. So anyways, that's the position in a nutshell. Yeah.
Is there any cost recovery or revenues associated with the locates and permits that offset the full cost?
No, through the chair, actually, we pay an annual amount to Ontario One Call for them to administer the front end, but there isn't any savings from our end. Certainly no savings in adding a person. But like I said, it's to free up capacity within the distribution system and utilities so they can get to the work they actually need to do.
Sorry, how much revenue do those permits bring in a year?
It's pretty minimal, to be honest. I mean, a street occupancy permit's like $25. Our fees certainly aren't excessive. They're pretty nominal at the end of the day. Albeit our interest for the street occupancy permit, the big thing that we want to make sure that we get is a copy of their certificate of insurance with the town named as additionally insured. So the town's protected from liability, contractors protected from liability, but notably we want to make sure that we're protected as well.
Councilor Brennan?
Yeah, I remember this Paul, from last year, and I guess the question was, and I think you're trying to couch it a bit with the people that are doing work that aren't supposed to be or whatever, but the answer was, can you get along without one? That was the question last year.
Yeah, so if the question is, can we get along without one now or then back in 2025, the answer would still be yes. However, we limp along. The big interest for me would be to remove that burden from utilities. So if I remove it from utilities, I don't have anywhere within the department to shift that burden onto somebody else. So that's really truly my interest. I know it's Andrew's interest to try to get some capacity back within the distribution system. To me, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to be paying a distribution operator to do utility locates.
Yeah.
But that's all we have right now. That's, you know, I had to fall into somebody's lap, so that's where it is.
Okay, thanks for that.
What is there an overtime cost associated with the lack of capacity at utilities? Or
An overtime cost.
like what's that capacity?
No,
building
yeah, so to
going
answer
do,
your
or
question, I
what's-
don't think it's an overtime cost. I think it's a matter of things are getting done a little bit slower than we'd like them to do, i.e. our hydrant maintenance or valve turning. If we can free up a body, like a trained distribution operator to assist with that, we can get to that work quicker.
Is there anything we're out of compliance on?
No. But still, it's those best practices where, you know, we turn valves with our valve trailer on an annual basis. We do hydrant maintenance on an annual basis. We flow hydrants on an annual basis just to make sure that our distribution system is up to snuff, particularly for hydrants. When the time comes we need them, we want to make sure that they operate correctly. Yeah.
Any further questions on the locate and permit technician? Any questions on the custodian position while we're on this slide?
I got a shared services question.
Okay.
On the Smith Falls Youth Center, the 60.
I'll declare.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
So we'll just note that Councillor Miller left the room because I'm going to ask this question related to her job. So the Smith Falls Youth Center is a shared service?
No, it's community programs, and we'll be addressing that in 2 slides, but it's not a shared service.
Okay, so there was.
I'm sorry. Are you talking about the youth center?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So yes, that would be considered. We get billed by the county for the running of that youth center.
Well, there isn't a youth center anymore.
Yeah. If I had some clarity here. Yeah. So Leonard County provides, I think it's $200,000 a year to 5 youth centers across the county in different municipalities. Okay. And so it does provide some support here for We Are Kids, I believe. At least $40,000 to each one, if I'm not mistaken. And so that would be our proportionate share of supporting the 5.
Okay, that includes
as all.
That includes the youth program at Smith Falls.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Great. Thanks for the information. Appreciate that.
It just when I saw Smith Falls Youth Center, I remember we used to have a Smith Falls Youth Center, right? And there's not one. It's just the name.
Yeah. Any more questions on the youth center? Right. If there's no more questions, Paul, you can.
Thank you. So as we start moving now into the operational departmental changes throughout them all. I'm sorry, let me back up. The budget was approached with a CPI increase intention of 2.2%, which is proving to be an accurate number. So as we move through these, each slide would have a verbiage to it. We're looking at a 2.2% increase, but there are also some other changes, and those are the other changes that we're addressing here. It's not a complete highlight, but in order, for time's sake, and to get through those 2,400 lines of the budget, of the operating budget, not the operating capital, but just the operating budget, we just wanted to highlight those that fell outside of that 2.2% levy increase. And as I said, we have staff here at any time. Council has questions and they're ready to come up and answer. So starting out with the revenues. Perfect, thank you. The assessment growth is 250,000. It is a conservative number because I want to make sure that the roll is actually in before I recalculate that. So we'll recalculate and make any adjustments that are available for the meeting in January. Subs and omits, we had a decrease due to a decrease in supplemental billings. Now, I do want to point out that that's supplementals and omits. We budgeted $550,000 for supplemental bills, which is less of a decrease than we originally anticipated. There's a new property for a retirement center that's been given occupancy, but it did not make the October 31st cutoff. So MPAC cuts off any new occupancy permits as of October 31st for that role that's provided that we upload into our financial system. Therefore, that property will be coming through the supplemental billing process as opposed to a regular tax increase. Increase in CVA is what I should have said. And we anticipated that to be about a $500,000 touch. But again, with the assessment properly in, they've got now the occupancies there. I can reach out to MPAC and I'll just confirm those numbers and make sure that's true. There was a small increase in omits and rebates within that portion of the budget as well. Payments in lieu saw a minimal increase as per previous years. They tend to go up a little bit. And unfortunately, it's really difficult to calculate. There's about 3 different ways that they're calculated. Some are based on CVA, some are based on percentage increase approved by specific ministries. There's not too much of a rhyme and reason between it, so we just do our best to kind of put a number in there to estimate what an increase might be. Provincial grants, we talked about that, the decrease in the OMPF funding, unfortunately. Any questions on that slide? Okay. So now we'll hit it departmentally. Mayor and council saw a regular 2.2% increase, but we also accommodated for the $5,000 cost that was presented with the increase in council wages for the beginning of the next term of council. It was a number that was slightly lower than that, but staff has said that they would come back with some costing to do with OMERS and health and dental benefits. So we just inflated that number a little bit to try and accommodate for that and make sure we weren't caught short. Community programs, there was a small increase as one of the calculations is based on a percentage of the levy. And that was offset by a true-up number with the hospital contribution. During 2025, we discovered that the budget line was slightly more than what the actual numbers were, so I adjusted to actuals for the hospital contribution.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is our Railway Museum contribution in that line item?
Yes, through the chair, yes, it is $50,000 as approved by council last year.
Thank you.
And we talked about shared services. The good news this year is through the amalgamation of the health units and their anticipated cost, there was a rebate because they discovered some savings. So we got a rebate that offsets some of those costs within the shared services. That's the area where the health unit falls within that. So the increase was lowered due to the health unit's credit. Administration, that's a doozy of a number. That's a real large number. We discussed that earlier. $480,000 increase in investment revenue. Now we're going to go back and we're going to recalculate this. 25 saw a fairly drastic decrease in investment revenues. On one hand, part of it was due to the decrease in interest rates by Bank of Canada. A couple different announcements along the way. The other was the decrease of average balances due to the increased capital activity in 24 and 25. As we started to pay for that, we saw that our bank accounts were less. So we've calculated it at about 480,000. However, as the debt report that was brought before council talks about debenturing, and we're increasing the cost for debenturing, staff are going to go back and recalculate what does that look like when the debentures repay some of that money that we've paid out, and how does that affect 26? So we may be able to decrease the rate of the decrease of that investment revenue. So that might work first positive in the next round.
Sure. Councillor Robinson.
Just a quick question, Paul. Why are we relying on investment revenue to fund administration?
We're not. That's just, it has to come through somewhere. So it comes through administration. It's not something that administration has done or a function of administration. It's
I just wondered why we were relying on investment revenue to fund administration. That's all. It should be totally separate.
You're right, and if council was interested in that, we could certainly pull that out into a separate revenue account. That's absolutely not a big task, and if council gives direction, I'd be happy to take care of that.
Thanks.
There are a few other small increases. $30,000 increase for payroll software, as council approved back in August 25. There was an increase in insurance, and we saw the need for some corporate training, corporate-wide training, and increase in that, specifically related to health and safety, not only for the Joint Health and Safety Committee, but also for managers, as well as some management training going forward.
Councillor McKenna.
On IT services?
Yeah, IT services was just a CPI increase, yeah.
That's just CPI. When the Perry Group reports comes in, will they be recommending a enhancement? Do we know that? That's imminent, isn't it?
Yeah, it is imminent. But what they're going to do is they're going to be speaking to changes in both operating and capital activities. So part of it would be a 3-year plan to talk about the fact that we have so many different systems that don't speak to each other. And that would be more of a capital plan. But on the operating side, I just received the report. I actually haven't reviewed it. I'm going to be reviewing it on Wednesday. So I can't really speak too much to it. But I will have some information. And as I said, they'll come on January 3rd.
Would they, after you read it, will they comment on whether the 2% or the dollar amount we have in IT services for our corporation is significant or appropriate, too low, too high? Will they?
I believe they'll be commenting on kind of a broader perspective, so what is the percentage of municipal tax levy that's generally associated with IT services. So the answer to your question is yes, but it'll be a very high level number and a high level presentation. As well, they will be comparing what the staffing numbers are compared to other municipalities of comparables.
So it may or may not affect this line in 2026.
That would be correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then the library went up by 4% as passed by the library board. Most of that was due to increases in staffing costs. Okay, next slide, please. Now, any of these we can just move on. We don't necessarily need to get into discussion unless council wishes to ask some questions. So if councilors need to recuse themselves, they can if the questions come up. Police services was a 3% increase as approved by the police services board.
No police questions?
Okay, fire services, a 6% increase. So net increase is based on anticipated needs, including additional staff, offset by the increase in dispatch revenue. It also includes the results of the collective bargaining that concluded in 2025.
So just to clarify, what that 6%, how much of that is with collective agreement and how much of that is new staffing? Is it the new staffing is completely covered by the revenues it's going to bring in?
No, not completely, because part of the collective bargaining, I'm sorry, would you mind, Rick, picking up the speaking to that? I know what I'm going to say, but I think Maverick can articulate it better than I can.
So during the collective bargaining, the agreed upon, contained within the agreement was upon ratification, 2 full-time staff would be hired, which took place. The person that's just, actually she started today, the third dispatcher was based on 3 contracts. The total revenue for those 3 contracts exceeds the total cost for the third dispatch position. In fact, it puts $27,000 back in to offset other staff-related costs.
So the 6% increase is solely attached to the collective bargaining increase to
That would-
cover staffing.
So through you, Mr. Chair, that would, correct me if I'm wrong, that would incorporate the 4% increase as negotiated and the staffing increase.
Okay, but sorry, is this a net number or is it a?
That's a net number overall, and I haven't addressed all of the lines that would increase by a 2.2 CPI increase.
Okay.
So I'm just drawing attention to the ones that kind of fall outside of that.
Okay, so it's really the dispatching isn't a part of the 6% because it's more than offset. It's subsidizing the rest of it. It'd be a higher increase without the dispatching contracts and the additional staffing.
So the total dispatching contract that was invoiced for 2025 came in at $447,000. The 3 contracts that will be starting in January, the end of January and February, is an additional $96,000 with a reduction in $83,000 with the termination of the Rideau Lakes contract. So there'll be a percentage increase, approximately $10,000 difference from the invoicing of 2025 into 2026. And that third contract, that's the 3 contracts initiated the third dispatch position.
Questions on fire? Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And then bylaw, outside of a 2.10% increase, looked at $33,000, of which $24,000 was the increase based on the net increase based on the third bylaw officer.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
Just based on that bylaw staffing, just formulating the question. So will this third bylaw officer focus on animal control then, since we won't have that animal control contract?
The third bylaw officer is going to facilitate all parts of the bylaw, which will be parking, animal control, safe yards, property standards, and critically at this time of year, the winter parking enforcement. Because as we're operating right now, we're providing the winter parking enforcement. So we have 1 bylaw on during the day and 1 bylaw on at night. The total number of calls to date, as of today, is just over 850 calls. So when we get that third bylaw officer, that will still facilitate 2 during the day and 1 at night. But in the non-winter months, they'll be all given specific tasks on a rotating basis.
And just to follow up, if you don't mind, am I dreaming it, or did we authorize some of our snowplow operators to give tickets as well? And is that still a thing?
Through the chair, yes. Good question and good memory. So we authorized 2 operations staff. They're both in supervisory foreman roles. And that works on nights when we're not actively in an operation. So if it's an evening where we're doing patrols, they have the authority to issue tickets. But if we're in a full-on winter control evening, we rely on bylaw to do that work.
Thank you.
So essentially, if I may, once if council approves the third position we hire, we'll have 5 people that can issue provincial offenses for parking.
Just one more thing that through the chair that we haven't tackled. Bylaw also provides crossing guard services. So on a routine basis, they're taken away in the morning shift, the afternoon shift, and posted at various locations due to the crossing guards not being able to come in. So that's an added additional requirement or service that we provide.
And through the chair, and the reason I'm asking so many questions is, of course, I'm on the DBA board. And so they'll be watching this because they want more bylaw services downtown, mostly during the day, but property standards is a huge one. I called bylaw last week about parking on Russell Street, particularly during the shopping season. So the need is particularly strong for those services on bylaw. So I want to make sure if we are going to approve a third one, that there's value for our downtown businesses as well.
CEO Morris.
I can add one more element to this. The chief and his staff are looking at potential for offsetting revenue for enforcing private lots. So that's something that the chief is putting together. We'll bring that forward probably in next week, actually. Soon, anyway, to look at not a lot of revenue, but there is an opportunity, and we think once the third bylaw officer is in place, we'll have potentially capacity to provide that service that's currently not being provided, and we think there is a small revenue potential there.
Great. No more questions for bylaw. Great. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Community Services Administration. It's a fairly small increase. There was an increase in insurance costs, but they've been offset by a redistribution of staff. So that's not a less staff, it's a redistribution of how staff is deployed. Parks. Now, I have to apologize. There's a typo in there. It says the increase in debenture payments of $141,000. That should actually be in facilities because it's from an outstanding unfunded capital project to do with town hall. So I apologize. That's in the wrong line. There's a $55,000 increase that's related to property repairs, shrubbery, and equipment rentals, which account for more than the $55,000, but they're offset by a decrease in utilities and a redistribution of staff time. And then community facilities, that is where the $141,000 should lie, because that's where the debenture will be coming from. There's also increased costs in insurance, energy audit, and property repairs, which add up to more than that $93,000 increase, and that's offset by an increase in ICE revenue in order to bring that back down to the $93,000 mark. But the most significant impact for facilities is that debenture payment. Cemetery, there's a decrease from 25 to 26 from the use of funds that was used previously from the trust fund, the interest that was generated from the trust fund for gravestone restoration, and that was about $10,000. Daycare, we're seeing a slight decrease. There are some staff increase and moderate operating increase, and these are offset by increases in the county grants for CDC. Crossing guards, it's an increase in staffing costs. It looks like a fairly significant increase in staffing costs, and what I discovered was that in 2025, the staffing costs weren't increased enough. So therefore, it's really like a 2-year increase in crossing guard. We wanted to go ahead and make sure that we capture that. It's such a small budget that we wanted to make sure to true that up and go forward in a proper fashion with that. There's no additional crossing guards or hours. It's just the increase in costs for staffing. Special events, quite a decrease there, left in a number of $5,000. Of course, Old Home Week is done, wrapped up successfully, so there won't be that cost in 2026. And powwow costs are estimated at $65,000, and they're anticipated to be offset in great portion by grant funding. Okay, next slide, please. Economic development. Sorry, I just got something else to pull out for that. So we $19,000 increase. The most significant portions have to do with $2,400 in corporate communications, increase for calendar printing and distribution. $6,000 increase for BR&E investment attraction. Investment attraction profile update and video photos and the Business Awards Gala. And then $9,000 for leverage, which is due to increases for Community Wellness Fair, the COY initiative, and Municipal Award Plaque replacement.
Councilor Robinson. Thanks, Mr. Chair. What's this awards gala? Did we have one this year?
I'm going to turn to our CAO.
Mr. Chair, I understand we did, but staff want to up the ante on that particular event. I understand some of the costs would go into plaques. We had a inventory of plaques. We now have no inventory, so we need to replenish the inventory. COY, by the way, is Citizen of the Year, which we did have this year. Again, we're out of plaques, so we need to purchase and restore the inventory.
Can I just do a follow-up? It just seems to me like I always seem to pick on economic development, but $500,000 is an awful lot of money for one department, and it doesn't seem to me between it and the line below it that we're getting the bang for our buck. And I just have trouble with that amount of money when there's a lot of other things that I think could be spent on. So anyway, that's my rant for the evening.
Zero Morris.
I think Councillor Robinson's observation is a valid one. I would remind committee that within that budget, we have communications and marketing. So it's not purely economic development. So we have a communications and marketing coordinator. We have 52,000 for advertising in there as well. So if you extricate that portion, economic development is still an investment, but not 500,000.
Okay. Any more questions?
Great. So on to tourism. Outside of the CPI increase, there's an increase of $5,000 for special events. It had come down from 55,000 and down to 35,000. It's proposed that another $5,000 in support of the bike night activities.
Sorry, Councillor Robinson.
One more question. How much of the 2025 budget of $244,873 got spent in 2025?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I didn't hear.
How much of the $244,873 2025 budget for tourism was spent?
I can pull that figure up. I have that figure updated up to October 31st. My apologies. My computer went to sleep.
I'm sorry, I put you on the spot.
No, that's fine. I have the information available.
We saw the up to October 31st number that was presented to us. So I think what we don't know is we were expecting further bills to be paid to year end. And so we don't know what the year end number is. So I don't want you to scramble, Director, because I think we know that number.
We could, if I may, yeah, I think there will be bills or invoices that haven't arrived at the end of October, but we'll be issuing the budget update to the end of November soon, so we can emphasize this department in that update if you wish.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. And then the other item in tourism would be the $20,000 increase to tourist investment, including destination plan and wayfinding signage projects.
Zero Morris.
Mr. Chair, I just draw attention to the destination plan came out, well, there's an acknowledgement we need one, but it came out of the BR&E report that was presented back in March or April. And my understanding, I wasn't here that evening, but there was an emphasis or a desire to place more emphasis on tourism and drawing people to Smiths Falls. So this is in response. There's a $10,000 line item to produce a destination plan. The other 10,000 of the 20,000 increase is for wayfinding signage. We believe we can facilitate people coming into town much better if we provide better wayfinding. Both of those projects are options. If you feel they're not important, we can certainly cut them. But from a staff point of view, we think they're both important.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to planning. Besides the 2.2% increase, there was a municipal heritage grant increase of $16,000 in 26 over 25. That was a report that was presented to council on July 14th. It was report 2025-071, and there was a 40% reallocation of building admin to planning. So that's not a new position. That's just having the planning, the building admin also provide services to the planning department and acknowledging that through the costs.
Will less revenue be able to come from the building permits for that, or?
Well, we're projecting less revenues to come. If I can skip down, and then I just realized I skipped over 3 lines from the previous slide, so I'll back up. But the building inspection it's the same. It's 0 because it's a revenue neutral department. There was a reallocation of 40% of the min staff. There was also a reduction in supplies of 19,000, which allowed staff to reduce the anticipated building permit revenue by $71,000, which is probably bringing it closer to line. So to answer your question, the move over is not will not result in less revenues. It's less revenues resulting in realigning staff time.
Sorry, I guess my question is, we've got this huge building department reserve. Are we going to be able to use less of the funds we collect from building permits towards staffing with that reallocation, or is it?
Yeah, there would be 40% of a position that wouldn't come out of the building revenues. I mean, yeah, it's a valid point to be able to use the building revenues. However, the amount of revenues that you use from that building reserve, it's kind of like doing your taxes, your T1. You can put whatever number you want down, but you better be able to defend it if you're challenged. So when the people are paying those building permits, if they were to challenge that, if they were to find, if they were somehow to wonder if all the building permit revenue was being used correctly, if it was found that it wasn't, then we would have to repay that. So this is basically just coming out to say, yeah, we are anticipating that planning is going to use some of the staff time of this person that originally had been budgeted towards the building department. So we're going to acknowledge the change. But it's a very valid point what you're asking, and believe me, that ran through my mind right away as well. I apologize if you could go back one slide. I realized I skipped over a couple lines by accident. We stopped at tourism, and there's 3 more lines here. The Small Business Advisory Center has not changed. It's a revenue neutral department with funds from the province. Heritage House Museum, 3% increase. It's a 2.2% increase, but there was a higher increase in the insurance costs, which drove it from 2.2 up to 3%, which is still under a $10,000 increase. In the Downtown Business Association, again, they collect their own levy, so it hasn't changed from 0. But the DBA has sent me their budget numbers, so I'll be able to input those. And if council wants to see more detail on that, they will be available at our January 26th meeting. My apologies for skipping over that. If you can go back to the next slide. The only other one on there is the Conservation Authority, the $8,000 estimate from the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority would be confirmed. I just received the information in from them with the numbers, so I'll be able to update that.
Well, through the chair, with the Conservation Authority, we're hearing, and we have correspondence tonight about the amalgamation of conservation authorities. But we still have a bill. Would that change if that goes on? Because we're paying RVCA and then it's going to be something else.
Yeah, no anticipated impact on 2026. It's business as usual.
If I may, through the chair, I believe that the province is saying that there will be some savings through the amalgamation projected, and we'll have to wait and see if that actually comes to fruition. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Public Works. So we saw, besides the ins and the outs and the increase overall of 2.2%, we did see some other increases. One is to increase the catch basin cleaning contract, which hasn't been done in a while, for $85,000. There's an increase in the snow removal and disposal, and I believe that has to do with how we dispose of our winter snow, downtown winter snow. There's an increase in debenture payments for about $60,000.
Sorry, just on the downtown snow removal, how will that improve?
Sorry, I can hear you now. I'm standing over.
Sorry. The line says increase in snow removal and disposal.
Yes.
And the director said it would be in the downtown area. So how will that be improved upon?
Yeah, so through the chair, not necessarily 100% associated with the downtown core. What that line means is, so not necessarily an increase in snow removal costs, but it's more so with the disposal of the snow. So when we remove snow and we truck it, we have a new private site where we're disposing of snow, and there's tipping fees associated with that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
Wasn't the answer I was hoping for, but thank you.
No, but to answer your question, Councillor Miller, we have some snow coming this week, and we've already talked about snow removal in the downtown core to get things tidied up after that event. You know, I'm somewhat biased, but I think we do a pretty good job in the downtown core. When you look at other municipalities, I live in Brockville, and I can honestly stand up here and say that our snow removal in our downtown core is leaps and bounds over how they manage the snow in the downtown of Brockville. I feel our frequency that we do snow removal here in town is better than some other municipalities. So that line item, all to say, is not associated necessarily with the downtown core. We will continue with our operations for snow removal through the DBA, but it is more associated to the disposal of snow because now we're dumping it at a private site.
Great, thank you. Engineering, increase in consulting fees. Originally, at the point of this presentation, it was about a $56,000 touch, but information has since come in that may be reduced by about $12,000. So we may see that go down a little bit. There's some partial costs in there for additional staffing, and that'd be the Locate Tech. We have a question.
Sorry, Councilor.
Yeah, just a question on that, on the engineering. So we didn't hire a Locate Tech last year, but we did hire an engineering tech. So I'm just wondering, has that paid off as far as doing engineering work in-house? Because I've seen an increase in engineering here.
Yeah, so through the chair, the cost that you're seeing, that 30% increase in engineering is associated to, the you know, subject to change, of course, and with respect to the Locate Permit Tech, but the Locate Permit Tech is embedded in those increased costs. So that's the additional staffing request. And I
Okay.
would have to, so to answer your question, Councillor Brennan, has there been a payoff with the additional engineering staff? I would say yes. Simply for the reason, we hired, I don't like to say names up here, we hired Tanner Green. He's administered the inspection and contracted men, working along with Samantha on contracted men for the George Street Phase 2 project, which started in June and is literally just going to be buttoned up this week, come Wednesday. So I think at any point, it's fair to say, and I have confidence standing up here to say, it's for council to afford that additional person to look after that operation is cheaper than hiring consulting services, if that makes sense. So we did a shift within the department. We created a transportation technologist that deals with a whole plethora of things transportation related, everything from traffic counts to doing studies with our traffic intersection counter that we have, to collect data, to dealing with parking questions that come in, which come in almost on a daily basis, to be able to respond and go and do some analysis. The staff person in that position right now is working on a policy for implementation of community safety zones, which will be coming here, maybe not at the tail end of 2025, but certainly early in the new year. Because there are some community safety zones we're looking at, but if council recalls, I did bring a report for a community safety zone on Wood and Harold earlier on, and there was a provision in the recommendation to take a moratorium, not to include anymore until we came back with a policy. So that staff person's working on that right now.
Okay, Theo Morris.
Yeah, I'd just like to supplement Director McMunn's comments by saying the increase in consulting is not engineering consulting related to capital projects. I believe it's 53,000 is consulting to monitor ground, soil, and water conditions at the composting site, so we can continue to demonstrate to the public that we are not contaminating our drinking water. I want to make that perfectly clear.
That was my next question, so thank you, Director McMunn.
Yeah, and just to thank you, CAO Morris, but just to augment that statement about the consulting. So with that, we also have to do some additional monitoring down at Lower Reach Park, which we all know was a historic dump. So we have to do some more monitoring down there, as well as we have money in there to do some like a structural analysis by a consulting engineer for the dam down by the former water treatment plant that goes across to, I don't know what, I look to see Morris. Historically, what have we called that dam?
Stone Arch Dam.
I think everybody understands that the section of structure I'm talking to, but so it's in need of some love, but we need to do an assessment to find out what it needs, and then we can consider if we're going to keep it or not, or what the fate of that dam is. So.
Hopefully decommission it.
Well, all that to say is there's money in there within that pocket of money to do an assessment on it.
So, Mr. Chair, just a quick question. We own that dam?
That's my understanding.
I would have figured Parks Canada owned that, because are they not the ones that drop the timbers and stuff?
Through the chair, that's an excellent question, and so we are working with Parks Canada. We're meeting with them tomorrow to have a discussion about a plethora of projects that we will cooperate and work together on. So the dam is one of them. We had asked Parks in a previous meeting to undertake a hydraulic impact assessment of removing the dam. What would it do downstream? Presumably it would do what the water would flow the way it did before the dam was put there. But clearly Parks wants to understand what the impact would be potentially to their building, the West Mill. So we do need to do a title search and understand exactly who owns the structure. But regardless of that, it's old, it's getting tired, and you can tell by looking at it, it's getting tired. So we just want to make sure it's safe. But we will get back to committee on who will be ultimately responsible for either repairing it or removing it.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Environmental services, the verbiage got cut off there. It's an increase of disposal costs of both curbside, and I'm not sure if I'm going to say this right, but dumpster pickup. The contract, that's about a $70,000 a year touch in the increase in those two pickup services. And then there's a decrease.
Zero Morris? If I can just add, and I think this is later on in the agenda, there is an increased cost, council approved it, to pick up recyclables that are now excluded from the producer pay regime in Ontario, which I've expressed before is not particularly good policy at the provincial level. So I would encourage council to continue to advocate for changes to that, because the taxpayer of Smith Falls is making up for what we believe the producer should be paying.
And there's no revenue, there's no ability for us to charge for that service?
Council could. Some communities have taken that approach. My understanding is there was a lot of resistance because they felt they were getting that service at no direct cost in the past. But I think depending on the outcome of the advocacy efforts, we may have to have that discussion.
Thank you. Any further questions?
And then the airport is a CPI increase. Next slide. So water treatment and distribution, there's an increase due to the increase of water and wastewater. Of course, we have that 5.5% increase. Water had an increase of $116,000 projected, but it's offset by debenture payments of $363,000, the bulk of which is the water tower. And there's a little bit for the debenturing for that portion of Catherine Street, which totals to a payment of $363,000. If the debenture was not being added, the reliance on the tax levy would go down by approximately $190,000 or 37%. So the 25 was 522. That would have gone down by about 190,000 had we not had these debentures. So just to make sure that council clearly understands what attributes that increase reliance on the tax levy.
Okay, cool.
So the revenue increase is based on what increase in the water and wastewater rates?
That would have been the, is it the 3.5 for water and 5.5 for wastewater, I believe it is. So that would be the 3.5% increase, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just for the public's awareness, we haven't set that yet, but that's based on, that's the assumption you worked with.
The anticipation and the assumption, yes. That's through the chair.
Thank you.
Wastewater treatment was the, at this point, the assumption of the 5.5% increase, which increases revenues by $170,000. There was a transfer of some sewer related expenses from roads anticipated for 2026 of $185,000. Now staff worked to find some savings, building material supplies $40,000 and savings in chemicals of $10,000. So it contributes to an overall decrease on the reliance. However, if we were that one object of that transfer from roads of some of those, the sewer conveyance is what it is. If that were not a part of it, then we would have seen about a $200,000 reduction on the wastewater side from tax reliance. But in order to make sure all the activities have moved over to wastewater, we only see a reduction of $53,000 we're projecting out in 2026. Staff will be going back and reviewing the numbers to make sure that they're on track with that. Next slide. So I'm not going to go through the capital projects. Council received this information and we have the budget enhancement sheets. This is just a reminder, next slide please, of what those capital projects look like. Next slide please. And then to bring us to the important slide, next slide, which is on the next slide, how are we going to pay for it and what can we afford to pay for? So this slide talks about the financial capacity. So the ending balances for 2025 based on available funds that are not committed. And again, just as a reminder, also to the public, that what we're basing the capacity is accounting for projects that have been approved that may not have come through, have finished the projections or done the work, and we're anticipating that those expenses will come. So we're looking at capacity based on what our commitments are and how much reserve balance we have beyond our capacity. That was for the public to make sure that, as a reminder from last year. But in that middle row in the blue, we were looking at an ending capacity, combined water and wastewater of just under 1.7, so 1.695. And then the tax-based capital projects of about $582,000. With the capital projects that were presented to council, with the budgeted contribution amounts, which are a part of this information or the package tonight, we are looking, if all the projects were to be approved in the red, excuse me, the red highlight there, water and sewer would come out with a capacity beyond the commitments of about $642,000. And we're projecting that if all of the capital projects based on tax-based capital reserves, we would be overcommitted by just about $1.7 million. So based on these figures, staff will go back and review and update. There was a great question at the capital meeting. You know, is this a Christmas wish list? And the answer was we believe that these are the needs. However, a portion of that answer could be, but are they needed in 2026? So staff's going to go back. We're going to have a look. We're going to do some work on this and bring it back in January with a capital budget that would be within the commitments or the capacity of the tax-based reserve.
Councillor Brennan?
You've done a great job. So, and I don't want to get into the capital right now because it's of the hour, but I do think we should have a discussion at some point about the capital and what projects we're going for. We're going to do that, aren't we? At some time before.
Mr. Mars?
So, I guess it was 2 weeks ago, we had the discussion about the capital budget.
Yeah.
And I think once we get direction, hopefully this evening on the operating side,
right,
we'll take into account projects that could potentially be deferred till 2027. Okay. And we're hopeful that we may get some funding news between now and then that we can apply to this to round out what the capital budget request will be. We plan on bringing that forward on January 26th.
So is that going to be a final budget or first reading, as they call it? Is that time? I should look at my note.
So the schedule would put the first reading in February.
Okay.
But if this year was any indication, council felt comfortable that night. We gave a first reading at council, and then we waited 2 weeks for third reading. So, you know, we're still targeting early February to have approved.
Okay.
But the January 26th would be the proposed budget. That would be the actual tax levy and the proposed budget, which officially is called the mayor's budget.
Okay.
Panko?
Yeah, thank you, Director. Just to focus on the working capital reserve. So we started 2025 with 3.35 million, 25 contributions, almost 900,000, finishing at 4.3, and no change in that project for 2026. Is there a formula which suggests what balance we should have in there? And the first question, the second question would be if 3.3 was adequate in 2025 opening, could that 900,000 not be diverted to capital?
Through the chair, if I could answer question 2 first.
Okay.
We have a policy that balance is to be 20% of the year's municipal levy. We did project out that it would be because The second policy says that any surplus when the year end is wrapped up would be split 50-50 between the working capital, which is the tax stabilization, as well as the tax-based capital. There was some figures in 23 and 24, and that came through as a surplus because of the fact that we were late to the draw in the year-end activities. We have the figures now, and so they're being shown as contributions in 2025, but really what they are is that's the amount that should have gone in. So that's also why there's no contribution in 2026. So our formula is 20%. And that's not uncommon, but AMCTO recommends, and I believe a number of municipalities follow a rule of thumb of 10% of the year's levy. So Smith Falls does participate in the contribution of that at twice the rate of some recommendations.
Okay, so if I as a follow-up, so I guess that's something we would have further discussion on as we move towards closing out the budget. Understanding interest rates low, there's not a lot of revenue attached to the additional money that's in there, and in a real pinch, we always have the capacity to borrow if we had an emergency or on something unforeseen that came up. Right? So I guess that's just a consideration of what else we may be able to do with some of that anyway.
That can certainly, that's a great topic. It's a great point, and it's something that's I think worthy of a discussion of the council as to whether that policy changes or whether we continue on with it, given the tight times, the catch up that council has looked at over the last few years of capital projects.
Okay.
So we could bring that as a separate report, or we can bring it as part of the 26.
So would committee like a separate report, or again, as Director Dauber said, we could bring it forward on the 26th?
Councilor McKenna?
Yeah, I've just flagged it for now to say I'm going to come back when we get there, and we're still looking for 400,000. Then I'm interested in. But if our policy is 20, I'm reluctant to change policy just on an annual basis to suit our needs. If we need it, I know it's there. So that's my opinion. I don't need another report if our policy says that. It's about 900,000.
I mean, we can always make a decision that's an exception to the policy, right?
Yeah.
So rather, maybe we don't need to address a policy, but as to Councilor McKenna's comment, we can flag it as a potential offsetting source of revenue.
Sierra Morris?
Well, one of the strategies we used last year was to look at one-time expenses and fund them from the rate stabilization reserve. So I would recommend that staff undertake a similar exercise to help with the 8.3 that we're showing this evening. That would be one approach. Instinctively, I don't think it's going to account for a lot, but I think it could be part of our strategy to get the number down to something you're comfortable with. We still have a generous balance in the rate stabilization reserve. Yeah.
And if I could, through the chair, just to add on to the Councillor Morris, that is something that we did last year, and we'll certainly look for those opportunities this year. As far as using some of those funds for capital, that's fairly clean and tidy and easy. But when you use it for operating, if it's not one-time funds, and I think we talked about this last year, and just for the public, I'll remind them that if it's not a one-time, now you're contributing, and that becomes a part of the levy. So it's hard to pull it out in next year. So you have to keep contributing, or you're starting in a negative balance in the 27 budget. So we will look for those one-off opportunities to be able to reduce that 8.3% down to something more palatable. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, unless there's any other questions. Okay, so this is just a recap from the budget or from the debt report, reiteration of it. I will point out that This was projected out on infrastructure rates, recalculated after the last Bank Canada drop of 25 basis points. So that number still holds true. However, we've been in negotiations with RBC, and we mentioned it very briefly about looking at a long-term amortization period with a 5-year commitment, sort of like a personal mortgage. The information has come back in. They're offering about 0.75% less than what the Infrastructure Ontario rates are. I'm just working out the details with Infrastructure Ontario. The information is a little slow as they've shifting their staff, and I haven't met with the new rep yet to make sure that we could lock in with a private financial institution for 5 years to get that lower rate. And that if the rates come down with Infrastructure Ontario, are we able to then move it over to Infrastructure Ontario, receiving confirmation? But that would be the goal, is to pay that lower rate for 5 years and to be able to decrease some of these costs coming back in January. But the risk is always that at the end of 5 years, if the rates have gone up across the board, then we're at the mercy of the market rates at that point. So staff will come back with some more information and some potential savings by moving in that direction. Next slide, please. And this is just, again, a recap of what the graph looks like of our internal ceiling and the provincial ceiling for debt capacity and what we're currently looking at. Presented in November. So next slide. So going forward, the online public consultation is planned to go out this Wednesday. It will be in a format that the public can contribute online and make their voices heard with council. January 12th, we're planning on coming back with those consultation results as well as the community grant package presentation. January 26th will be the second draft, the committee of the whole. This will be when we propose a levy increase at that point. And then if it's needed, then we'll come back in February 9th for the third draft. So what we're looking at, we started out saying that we're looking for council for direction as to what our targets might be in January 26th.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. First off, if we were to accept your generous offer of 8.3%, what would that equate to per household?
Well, when we equated, when we ended up landing on 5.12%, I think we were in the range of about $250 a household. So it would be more than $250 a household. It would be something north of $350 to $400.
Right. I'm going to play the devil's advocate here. CPI is 2.2%, correct?
That's correct.
I'd be comfortable with somewhere in the neighborhood of 2.7 to no more than 3.2.
I'm sorry, 2.7 to
3.2.
3.2%. Okay.
Councillor McKenna.
I just wanted to go back to the community consultation, online public consultation, could I? So that'll be broadcast. Now, I've encouraged the public to contact any one of us anytime they want. The advantage of doing that and filling out the consultation online is we're able to see a bigger picture of what the community thinks. Now, the consultation is going to go out before we know what the number is, right? Before we know what the rate increase is, which is challenging.
It's challenging, but it allows the public to put their input into the budget. Sorry, I'll back up. I know in the past I used to have public consultation in a formal, like an actual face-to-face meeting before their first presentation ever went to council. And the idea of that was for the public to give their input and what was important to them, what were the important issues, so that council could consider that before we even started the discussions on the budget. And that does work with some municipalities. I know historically here, it's been in December, there was a proposal for a levy increase. And this year it's changed because we don't we don't want to necessarily start the discussion at 8.3%. We just want to make sure the council understands what the pressures are. But the public still has the opportunity to speak up and say what's important to them.
So even on items that aren't included in our capital or operating, if they see something else that they feel passionate about, the questionnaire is set up that in any other thoughts you might have or something.
Yeah, it's a directed, sorry, through the chair. It's a directed some very specific questions, but has opportunities for other comments. If council remembers last year, had quite a few broad general comments as well that weren't necessarily itemized on the direction of the consultation. So there is room for people to add their remarks and be specific about what's important to them.
Councillor Robinson started us off, so I'll keep going. I think 5 or under, based on the pressure I'm seeing on our costs and our needs. So.
CEO Morris, did you?
Thank you. Yeah, I won't repeat what's been said, but I just want to comment that we had superb engagement last year. We had a lot of really great input from the public, and some of it was operational, which didn't necessarily help with the budget, but it certainly gave us some ideas operationally what we should be focusing on. But I would say with the capital budget, we'll provide it, and that we usually get a lot of comments on the capital budget items. So that's going to help, I think, inform the projects that we want to move forward in 2026 versus those that perhaps we want to defer. So even though it's not a final document, I found historically we get really good feedback.
Councilor Brennan?
Yeah, so first of all, the water and sewer, do we know what that's going to be? It was 3.5 and 5.5 last year.
Exactly, it has been for a few years now.
That's right, the last 3 years. Okay, so our budget tax increase was 5.1 last year. And that was because of a police budget that needed a huge catch up, right? So I can't see doing that again without having everything. That means everything is critical. And I don't know what we've got to come down from capital at, it's getting late, 28 million to get that 8.2 or whatever you have down to somewhere more manageable between 3 and 4%. So I'm not sure that's where the money's got to come from, right?
If I could, so the funding for capital projects comes from gas tax, OCIF,
Right.
other grants, and the reserves.
Yes.
There's no
it's all
funding
operating.
that comes directly from the operating budget. What does translate from the operating budget is a contribution to reserves. Now, the contribution that the reserves that's in there is based on, and I'm sorry, I think I accidentally in error skipped over that the transfer of capital is about 115,000, which is about a 6% increase, and that's based on the AMP recommendation of 0.5% of levy increasing, being dedicated towards that contribution. So that's the portion that would affect the operating budget. Normally, we would be looking at about a 2% increase, which would be closer in the range of about $45,000, but it's 115, so roughly 75,000 is the increase in contribution. So that, as far as the capital goes, that would be the only increase, but that can be separated out from the capital.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm just saying, I guess, and speaking as a layman who's really tired, get it to between 3 and 4%, because that was the we were 5 last year, and I know the reason why. And if it hadn't have been 5, it would have been 2.2, which was the CPI that year. So,
okay,
thank you, Miller.
Thank you. And I'm not a big fan of playing the guessing game on percentage. I mean, there's priorities that we've talked about over the last couple of weeks. Kind of like the public's going to do, we've provided our feedback on things that we think can be deferred and things that we think might be missing. So I'm hesitant to say a percentage. I think we need to see how we can tighten things up and how we can prioritize.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding was that with the increase of the police budget last year, we would have cut taxes if we didn't have that increase. Like it was a net decrease to the town's budget. Mm-hmm. So in a way, I feel like now we're playing the catch up this year, and it always comes out in the wash. But that being said, I'm not. I'm not supportive of an 8.3% tax increase. So, and to Councillor Robinson's comments on economic development and tourism, I would never vote for a 7-figure line item for this year's budget. So, but a lot of this stuff is wage increases, so it's hard to single a lot of stuff out. Is there any more questions, comments on operating budget? Okay, so
the decision we make regarding water rates will have an impact on the tax increase. And we have to recognize that we still are heavily subsidizing water rates with tax revenue. So there will be more information coming forward for us to consider. But there's always that recognition there's one taxpayer. It's going to come out of one wallet or the other. But we're a bit of an anomaly with the amount of money we're spending from tax revenue to support water rates. So I think we need to have that conversation, because I think that will have a direct bearing on what the tax rate increase would be based on what we decide with water rates. So as an example, if we decide to move closer to full cost recovery from water rates, so we increase the water side, we're going to see relief on taxation side. So I think so I think for the comments tonight, it's hard to equate exactly what may be appropriate, because it might be appropriate, because I think it's when we're looking at what's the overall impact on our taxpayer ratepayer.
Yeah, Councilor Brennan.
Yeah, I understand that, and but there is only one taxpayer. So, and I think that, and I've heard the comment that everybody that gets a water bill are taxpayers. So there's very few that just get a tax bill. They don't have to pay the water. But that's a discussion for, I don't think it's this year, and it might not be for this council, because that's a huge shift. And then if we look at perhaps MPAC doing something, so that's going to complicate it more, because everyone's assessment is going to go up, which means the tax rate should be adjusted. So I'm happy to have that discussion, but I would be very hesitant to move on anything this year, this tax year.
CEO Morris.
With that in mind, once committee gave us direction 2 weeks ago, we engaged Hempson, and they're on track to be here next week to have a preliminary discussion about high level about what it would mean if we shifted that taxpayer subsidy back onto utility rates. Yeah. That doesn't mean you have to implement it right away, but I think it will catalyze a discussion.
Great. If there's no more questions, comments, I think that wraps up our discussion on the operating budget presentation. Thank you, Director Dever.
Thank you.
And that moves us to 9.6 with Councillor Miller for the bridge lighting.
Very quick as I can. When the new bridge was put in, there was a brief test at the beginning of December on the lights. They were stunning. Social media went crazy. Lots of pictures were put up. And I know staff is hesitant to put the lights back up, but I was just wondering if we could do it between now and January 1st for the public to enjoy. I drove by the area, walked by the area. It's really well fenced and secured, and I just feel completely comfortable with doing that, and using our communications officer to send a note out to remind people that it's not accessible, just ready to be photographed and enjoyed. So wondering if my colleagues would agree with that.
Yes.
Thumbs up. Okay, I'm seeing more than 4 thumbs up, so let's.
Could I ask you through the chair? Is there an opportunity to have some sort of timer hooked up to it?
go off at midnight or something.
Sorry, Councillor Brennan, I didn't hear the question.
I'm just wondering if, it looks like we have support to turn them on. Can they be put on a timer? I don't know if committee would be interested.
There's a full controller unit for the lights.
Just for the evenings.
Yeah, so overnight it would be off, and then when people are awake, it would be on. So whatever time you would think, 11 or.
Councillor Robinson?
What about the same suggestion that's in Parks Canada's recommendation that they run till 11 o'clock at night or something? Do they have to run all night?
No, so we'll give staff direction to have them run the same time that the lights in the park run, and
Good idea.
Great.
for the same date.
There's 11, yeah.
All right.
Until, just for clarity, until January 1st?
Whatever date the lights in the park go off.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got two correspondence items. One's from Peterborough County regarding the curbside blue box collection and its impacts on food banks. Mayor Panko?
I can support that.
Yeah, I think this is the problem when lobbyists write policy. So we'll bring that to a future committee of the whole. CO Morris?
I could just clarify, I believe council should support this, but this is one element of the excluded producers. So there are generators rather. There are many others that I think we should, I think you get my gist on this one, that we should be advocating for everyone that used to get blue box pickup. This is a good start.
Sounds good. So there's consensus there. And the second is from the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry about the consolidation of conservation authorities. Mayor Panko?
Yeah, so I think it really speaks to some of my comments last week regarding the changes that are coming, that have been proposed. It addresses, I think, the concerns of the RVCA, the reality that if they do the consolidation that they've outlined, we will lose our voice at the table. There'll be 49 municipalities within the one conservation authority. There will be 49 people sitting around the horseshoe, as well as the provincial oversight agency. In the opinion of many of us, anyway, and the RVCA board, that's not necessary. There's enough. They can impose regulations on the CAs that would address the issues that are causing any grief across the province. So I like the resolution as proposed. I'd like to see if we can add our support to that voice.
It's good. I'm seeing nodding heads, so we'll support that one as well. We have an in-camera item. Can we defer that until next week, or is that urgent for this evening?
Once again, Mr. Chair, we have a rather large agenda for next week, and we're trying desperately to not have a meeting on the 22nd. So,
okay, so if there's consensus, we'll keep moving cameras. So a motion moved by Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Robinson. The Council of the Corporation of the Town of Smith Falls is provided in Section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act into a closed meeting at 9:17 p.m. to discuss a personal matter identified as individual. All those in favor?
There's no intelligent decisions.
What's that?
You didn't know that about me.
You're going to say this when it comes out?
I did know that.
says on it what the chances of winning is pretty good, 1 in 15 or something.
Mayor
Oh, yeah?
Panko,
Yeah.
Mayor Panko, we're back
Oh.
on.
All right, council gave staff direction regarding a personnel matter. We've got no notice of motion, so I'll take a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Robinson, seconded by Councillor Brennan, that the committee adjourn its proceedings at 9:25 p.m. and stands so adjourned until the next duly called committee meeting. All in favor?
Good night, everyone.